Greetings, my decadent cultists. Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome. I'm so glad you could join us today on this fine Saturday afternoon. How are you? How are you doing? How has your weekend been going thus far? Today has been personally on my end. Today has been my kind of relaxed day. It's been, no work. Been mostly just kind of chilling, trying to have fun, have a good time. For example, this morning alone, I sat around, did basically nothing, and then got Taco Bell. I didn't even make lunch. It was great. It was quite frankly, it was awesome. I had Taco Bell for lunch, and I got something special with that. Right? It wasn't just Taco Bell. I didn't just get I spent $6, got a meal. No. I decided to try something new because they have a special offer running. If you order through the app, you can get a unique item, a very special thing that is apparently, according to what I've seen, only available through the app. According to them, it's part of their Taco Bell rewards program or whatever. It essentially just means you can only order through the app. This special item is a new dessert item. And no, unlike what you might expect, it's not Cinnamon Twists or Cinnabon Delights, which honestly, I don't even know if they still have. It's not a freeze with a new syrup. No. It might be frosty, and it might be a dessert, but it's not a freeze. No, this is apparently their new innovation, and it is a Baja Blast flavored gelato. Of all items, a gelato. Those are two things I never thought would go together. Baja Blast gelato. But apparently they decided to do it. So when I got my meal, I decided to order that with it. Because I saw it. I was like, you know what? I'll give that a try. I'll give that a shot. It's funky. It's new. It's limited time, which I don't really care about it being limited time. But it's like, I want a dessert. I'm treating myself anyway. I may as well try that, right? I may as well get that just to see what it's like. So I get it. I pull in. I'm like, hey, I have a pickup. And they're like, okay, cool. Pull around to the window. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. Pull up to the window. And just kind of wait there for a second. Window opens, so I go, just pulls open. The guy peeks his head out. He's like, hey, how'd you get a Taco Bell hat? Because, for context, I have a Taco Bell, like a baseball cap. I usually wear it while I'm working because it's a good work hat and it's something I don't care about getting dirty. So it's a good hat for work. So I was like, oh, well, I used to work at a Taco Bell. He's like, oh, no way, really? Which one? I mentioned like, oh, actually it was in a different state. He's like, oh, wow, that's crazy. And then he pulls the door closed. And as it's closing, right, a small thing to anybody who's worked at a Taco Bell or knows Taco Bell drive-through windows just enough, you'll know that sometimes they don't close that very well. Or they don't close very well. They don't close all the way. So it closed. It went a little bit too fast. It hit the edge of the window, hit it, bounced back a little bit, and just didn't completely close, right? So as he was walking away, as the door kind of did this little bounce, it didn't completely close, I heard him apparently talk to someone in the back, and he's like, yeah, apparently he worked at a Taco Bell in a state so far away. I'm like, yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. So that was an interesting thing. And he came back. He's like, oh, here's your drink. And he asked another question. He's like, okay, so you just have the hat? And like, yeah, I hang on to it. It's good for work. And I was like, oh, I also have the hoodie. Because, why would I get rid of a perfectly good hoodie? It's like, oh, wow, that's crazy. And then, he leaves again after giving me my drink. He grabs the food. He comes back with the food. I was like, hello, Tom. How are you? How you doing? He comes back with the food, and he's like, so do you miss working at Taco Bell? I'm like, kinda, but I definitely don't miss the pay, which is definitely, that is absolutely true. The pay at Taco Bell is not great. So he was like, he didn't directly agree, but he gave like the, yeah, that's fair nod. The nod. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah. And then he's like, all right, have a go. So I'm like, yeah, bye. That was pretty much the encounter there. It was just a little wild to have like that whole back and forth. But I peek inside because he gives me my food, right? He gives me the food, and he gives me a little bag with it. I'm like, okay, I'll double check. Before I leave, I need to double check and make sure I have everything. So I open the bag, I peek inside, and there's this little container. I'm like, oh, that must be it. That must be this holy item of which I have purchased, right? So I take the whole thing and bring it back home, right? Head upstairs, get everything kind of taken care of, put away, set aside, set up for food, put this little frozen treat in the freezer to wait, and I go through my meal, right? Perfectly fine. Honestly, probably the best 5-layer burrito I've ever had from Taco Bell specifically. It was portioned well, tasted fine. I didn't have a horrible time eating it. Honestly, it was fine. I was pleasant. And then I get to the dessert, right? At last, I finally get to this item. I bring it out of the freezer. I look at it. I take a few pictures, share it with people in my D&D group, and they're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. And let me tell you, when I say this thing is green, it is green. It is green. It was like yellow 5 and blue. Yellow, red make orange. So it must have been yellow and blue. It was like yellow 5 and blue 1. So you get like this fluorescent bright green. Like, I'm talking neon green. The kind that's probably stained my insides since partaking in it. So I open the cap. I'm like, okay. I look in. Immediately, it's pretty cool. I open the cap. I pull off the lid. In the lid is actually a little spoon. It's a very cute little, it's just a spoon in the lid embedded. I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty neat. So I pull out the spoon. I break it off. Peel back the plastic. See that intestinal stain green once again. Like, okay, great. That's a good start. And I take the first bite. All right, I take the little spoon. I go, shh. I pop it in my mouth. I go, Immediately on contact, I realize that Taco Bell's imagination, their innovation to combine Baja Blast and the Italian gelato was a huge mistake. Awful. Immediate. It wasn't like, it wasn't awful, like I'm gonna vomit kind of bad, but it was just not pleasant. It was directly unpleasant. It tasted like weird chemically and almost like plastic, just generally bad. Huge mistake. And I look at the ingredients like, okay, what could possibly be making this so unpleasant? So I turn around the container, I take a peek. Apparently, the base recipe they have for this Baja Blast gelato is quite literally just the soda syrup. So Baja Blast soda syrup, and then milk and cream. So the base like gelato ingredients, and then just flavored with the soda syrup. Massive mistake. Awful. Awful. And I can only guess it's because they decided that mixing soda syrup and dairy was a good idea. I don't know who they tested this on. Like, I don't know how something like this gets through product testing. Like, who is tasting this and they're like, oh yeah, this is perfect. We need to be selling this for $4 massively. I don't know what who they were product testing with, because it was just unpleasant. It was just an unpleasant dessert. I don't necessarily regret spending the money on it, but it wasn't, I would never get it again. I would never get it again. It was just bad. And the only reason I can think of that is, like, yes, on one hand, I know I'm not a big fan of Baja Blast as is. I know that is an established fact, right? As is, I'm not a huge fan of Baja Blast. Despite that, I still don't think it's bad. I don't think it's awful. However, I don't think it should be combined with dairy. I think that was where the real mistake lied. The real mistake lied in the fact that they combined Baja Blast flavor with dairy. Big mistake. Big mistake. But an interesting experience. A very interesting experience. It's the kind of thing where, like, if somebody came to me and they're like, hey, would you recommend getting the gelato? I would say generally no. But if you're out with a friend or out with friends, right? If you have people that you're getting food with, and one of you wants to get the gelato, maybe split the price and share it. It is not worth getting on your own, but if you have people to share it with, it's an interesting experience. So, like, don't buy one for each person, just one for the table kind of thing. And in reflection, I was like, yeah, the 3.6 fluid ounces that they give you is a hard limit. Do not exceed. It is not worth it. I would never in my life want more than that. I don't even want that much, but I would never want more than that. Just as like an interesting, an interesting little, I guess, bit of reflection on the whole matter is like, it's definitely not worth it. But if you really want to try it and you really want to get it, just share it with somebody. It's not worth getting on your own. Not worth getting on your own. But that was my Taco Bell gelato experience. I know, riveting stuff, truly riveting. In other news, the bread I was making yesterday turned out amazing. Actually, it was great. It was really, really good. I'm pleasantly surprised with how good it turned out. It wasn't perfect, but honestly, it was delicious. It tasted like a bread roll, like a dinner roll, exactly the way that you'd want it to. It was a little tough on the outside, right? It was very hard, I guess, for lack of a better word. The crust was very, very thick, and I had to saw through it to get into it. But like, it was nice and crunchy, and the inside was nice and moist. It was great. It was fantastic bread. Fantastic. I'm so gonna make that again. It was so easy too. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I've never actually had any sort of issue with Taco Bell. I've never had any issues like post Taco Bell. I've never had any problems. And quite honestly, I don't see why people do. I don't know why I mean, I get that there's a lot of fibrous items in the meal, but generally, I've never come back from Taco Bell like, oh gosh, this is gonna fight back. Like, no, that's never been the case. So I don't know why people feel that. I get that maybe it has refried beans in a lot of the items, but other than that, I can't think of why it became a whole thing. Genuinely, I never really understood it. And funnily enough, after working at Taco Bell, I can say for a fact the bathrooms aren't even that bad. Sure, that does depend on the area, and that does depend on the manager, right? But at least where I worked, it really wasn't that bad. It was really, like, it was fine. People joke about, oh, Taco Bell bathrooms, blah, blah, blah. You know, they make those jokes all the time. It was fine. I mean, it's a restaurant bathroom, a public restaurant bathroom. It wasn't great, but it wasn't anything to write home about. Overall, I never actually understood that. I get some people have like digestive things, or like they need certain things in their diet and doesn't really provide it, so that might cause issues. But for the general audience, I never got it. I never understood. But overall, it was delightful. Good meal. Definitely worth it. Gelato, not so much. But the food was pretty good. But all that aside, I've vamped long enough. I've delayed everything just long enough that now we can finally actually play the game. Yeah? let me take us over to that. Pause the music. Give it a moment. It's shy. It's a shy game. There it is. There it is. Okay, pause. Perfect timing, actually. All right. Uh-oh. I don't want that. Where did I even get this? Get it out of here. So, last we left off, I must have just left the mines. I must have just wrapped up in there. So, I need to figure out what exactly I'm going to be doing from here. These can all go in storage. I think this goes storage too. Sell these. Storage, just go somewhere else. I'll just sell that. Storage, sell. All right. I sorted through all the things. I sorted through everything. Let's store what's needed. All of these. Give me this. All of these. Come over here. Store the mushroom. Pow. Did I not? I thought. Huh. I guess I didn't store these. I thought I had a collection of these mushrooms, but I guess I was wrong. All right, to the selling bin with you. To the selling bin. Yippee. Oh yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Give me this. What do we have in the? Oh. Okay. Who are you? Who? Oh right. This is okay. Hang on. I know the voice I gave this guy. I am researching the forgotten art of shadow divination. I require an item known as Void Essence. Bring it to me and you will be rewarded. I am Rasmodius, Wizard. What do you have to do to be given the title of Wizard? Right? I would love to have the title of Wizard. That sounds awesome. What kind of career path do you have to fall down to earn or be bestowed upon the title of Wizard? Or is it like a self-assigned title? How do you officially become a wizard? I gotta know. I would love to be a starter wizard. That would be awesome. My crops would grow so well. Or heck, I wouldn't even have to sell crops. I could just read people's fortune and make boatloads of cash. Be so rich. Hey, ladies, how's it going? Hey, ladies, yeah, give me the eggs. Store that up. All right. Let's get the mayo started. The old mayo maker. Ka-chow. All right. Next up, gotta go say hi to the cows. Hello, cows. Hello. Hand over your milk. You too. Thank you. Thanks, Miss Bumbleflower. You're a doll. You're a doll. An absolute just saint. A real cutie patootie, if you will. Get the cheese started. Walk up. And sell off. Cause I don't need the cheese on me. Cheese gets sold. And then I guess I need Void Essence, which really isn't an issue. Quite frankly, I have more than enough Void Essence. I'm not worried about. I am not worried about whether or not I happen to have Void Essence to give this man. I have 40. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine donating 1 to the wizard. In the fishing rod? Oh, no. There we go. Okay. You hungry? Go get something to eat then. That's all right. Get a snack or a meal or do whatever. Get food. Food's important. The wizard lives over in this direction. I think I can visit the wizard. I don't think anything's stopping me. Yeah, get something good to eat, man. Get something good. Okay, so yeah, I think the wizard, if in the grand scheme of things, I think he lives southwest of me. He's a bit of a walk, but I can still get to him. And boy howdy do I have the one thing he just sent me a letter about. Why letters, by the way? You know, we have magic. Can't we just, like, I don't know, beam things into my brain from a distance or something with magic? Rainbow Trout, Periwinkle, Rare Crow. I already have that one. Red Fez. Nothing's really standing out to me. Cranberry seeds would be kind of cute, but that's for the fall, and we're not even close to the fall. All right, bye. Bye now. Not dealing with you anymore. Wizard! I have void essence for you, sir. Just for you, little fella. Let me in! How am I supposed to give you void essence if you don't come out of your god's forsaken tower? How do you want me to do this? I hear somebody inside. How am I supposed to give you what you're asking for? Foul worm. Fine. Be that way. Fine. You know what? Fine. Be that way. Be that way. I don't even care. I don't even care. It's my void essence. I just won't give it to you. I just won't give it to you. You don't get it. It's perfectly fine. Sludge. Didn't I do this? I thought I did this. 4 red slimes. Yeah, I think I could have sworn I did this. So gotta go find Lewis. Who dat? Lewis. He lives with no, that's Demetrius. So who's Lewis? Haley, Mayor. Marty's Ranch. Jody, Kent, Sam, Emily, and Haley. Mayor's Manor. Pierre, Carolyn, Abigail. Trailer. George. Who is Lewis? Dimitri, Sebastian, Maru. And, of course, yeah. Who? What? Where? What? Why? Who? Linus. Lewis. Oh, it's Mayor Lewis. Right. That stupid old roach of a man. Okay, yeah. I guess I could do that. I could talk to him. See what he... Give me my money. That man owes me money. He owes me. And the way he's treated me, he owes me big time. Now, I know he'll either be in the town square right next to Pierre's, or he'll be in his house. And I'm gonna find him either way. I've got trackers implanted on everybody in town. He is no exception. I can find anyone. We need... Oh, that's great. That's great. What'd you manage to find? What'd you manage to put together? Lewis is not in town square. All right, I'm gonna break into that man's house. Break in. Give him the good news that I killed Slime. Oh, hey, bud. There you are. Hi. Bled. Bled. Ah, Flumbumpty, so you helped us with the slime problem. Thank you. I hope you didn't go through too much trouble. I know it could be real hard to get that sticky slime out of your clothes. If I ever ruined a few good pairs of my pants trying to catch you those squirmers. Remember Papa going into rage after you got my... If I ever got near... Yeah. Cool. Yeah, give me my money. I don't really care about your whole lore. I just want to get paid. Amethyst. Amethyst. Okay, well... I don't have a whole lot else I'm doing. Like... I'm pretty much just waiting for winter to end so I can start growing things again. So... Yeah, I guess I'll drop off what I have and I'll go back in the mines. Yeah, I could go find Amethyst, wherever that is. Amethyst, and then do that job for Clint. Toast, hello. How are you? How you doing? Bled. Yeah, we said it. Bled. How are you? How you doing? Yoink. Oh, the cheese is done, probably. EP. Honestly, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Have you had something to eat? Have you had breakfast and or lunch? That's kind of important. That's a good way to get energy in your bod. Having something to eat that gets you fuel, which is kind of important. I know I'm not a fan either, but it is kind of important. Ooh, I just realized I should probably go see what Robin wants to make that silly little the fishing thing. I'll just grab the things I need. I'll just wood, heart. I know I'll grab all of these, and then I think it's like seaweed and algae or something. I don't know. I'm grabbing a bunch of different things. We're gonna see what I need. Woke up, so now you're eating empanadas. Hey, that's a good breakfast. What a great nutritious breakfast. I can't blame you though. I can't blame you. I had Taco Bell for lunch. It was great. It was great. I tried one of their new items. So apparently they decided it was a great idea to to sell a Baja Blast gelato? Yeah. Yeah. So, I got one of those today. That was an experience. that was certainly an experience. Ugh. I think the consensus I came to was, if you ever go to Taco Bell and you ever want to try a gelato, maybe split the price with somebody. It's not worth getting alone. it's just not worth it's not worth it for one person. Maybe if you have a friend that you go with and you're like, oh, let's try it together. Make somebody else share in the suffering. Don't just get it your own. Don't just get it for yourself. It's not worth it. Just blanket, just not worth it. Also, I'm gonna grab bombs. Yippee! Everybody loves a little bit of an explosive. Give me that. Give me the bombs. Love how we all know Taco Bell just makes the same 4 ingredients for every... They really do. They really do. No, the gelato was definitely not worth it. Can confirm. They love... And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Apparently the Baja Blast gelato is the exact same... It's caffeine-free, so it's not the exact same. But it is a caffeine-free syrup of the kind that they use for their soda. And they put that in a gelato mix, which has cream and milk. So of course it's not going to taste good. You're mixing soda syrup with dairy. That just sounds like an accident waiting to happen, and it was. It was a mistake in every sense of the word. Ugh, not worth it. Not worth it. Cream sodas are popular, but that's different. That's different. Does cream soda actually contain cream? It's gotta, right? I never actually considered this. Cream soda ingredients. Because I'm genuinely curious, what actually goes in a cream soda? Does it have cream? It's gotta, right? Like, by law, it has to have cream. Well, there's no way cream Dr. Pepper has actual cream. There's no way. Okay. So according to Jones Soda, which is like fancy glass bottled soda, their cream soda is carbonated water, inverted cane sugar, quote unquote natural flavors, phosphoric acid, sodium benzoate, and potassium sorbate. So so at least Jones Soda does not contain actual cream. Because again, this seems like I'm going down a long road. I'm just genuinely curious because I never actually thought about cream soda, whether or not it contains cream. Dr. Pepper cream soda ingredients. What is actually in those? Carbonated water, high fructose corn syrup, caramel color, natural and artificial flavors. Very exciting. Sodium benzoate, phosphoric acid, caffeine, sodium phosphate. Interesting. Huh, so what lets them call it cream soda? Is it the flavor? Because it doesn't actually contain cream. I thought it would follow like the same, like, it can't be called cheese unless it has a certain amount of, like, milk fat in it kind of thing. Also, Jones Soda, it's just like, it's like glass bottle soda. You could find it at some Walmarts, and it's usually on the more expensive end. And they taste fine. They taste fine, but it's not usually worth it. And don't worry, I know you like Dr. Pepper. We've had plenty of conversations about the things you'd like to do for Mr. Pepper. The doctor, if you will. Dr. Pepper's the best we shrimp for. You know what? I won't take that from you. You can shrimp for it all you like. You can shrimp for it all you like. I think... Oh, Tom said that. Okay, in my defense, the chat name colors are the exact same. They're the exact same red. They are the exact same red. I'm realizing I don't usually read names. I recognize colors because I can't read. That's on me. That's on me. Also, are you saying you don't? You're saying you don't like Dr. Pepper toast? Is that where you're saying that it doesn't apply to you? You're saying you're not a fan? I thought you were a fan of Dr. Pepper, but I guess not. I guess I was wrong. I guess I was wrong. I guess you must hate Dr. Pepper. You find it disgusting, which I think is a little excessive by, you know, saying got that on the wrong. No, don't worry. I know. You just hate Mr. Pepper. That's all that could possibly mean. There's no other interpretation that could possibly go under. It just means you hate Mr. Pepper, the doctor. And I think it's like a B or even a C tier soda. It's not great, but unholy things for that doctor. There it is. I knew you had it in you. I knew you had it in you. Now you're oh, perfect. Actually, that actually is helpful. Thank you. That's on me. I realize colors are a lot easier for me to recognize than reading out whole names every time. I got a little bit too comfortable with people being associated with different colors. What am I in here for? Oh, right, amethyst. Right, yeah, Clint wanted me to pick up some for his girly friend.
I'm going to kiss you.
What? 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 No. I don't know why you would. That's just silly. You're silly. You're silly. You're being so silly right now, Tom. I don't even know why you would. I don't know why you would do that. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. But I don't deserve anything like that. You know, I'm just here. I'm just here. I don't know if I deserve it, you know, but I appreciate it. Thank you. There's the exit. Found the exit. Where's the amethyst? Hand it over. God, there are so many enemies down here. Bomb. Go crazy. Go crazy. Oh, there's a little guy. There's a little man. Got the little fella. Go off. Go. Ha! How are you still alive? You just withstood that entire explosive to the face. You know, I mean, you didn't survive the blade, I guess, but the explosive was a little concerning. Wide eel. Okay. Okay, fine, be that way. Your friends over there are staring at the wall like they're in the Blair Witch Project, I guess. Awful movie, by the way. Really boring. Really boring movie. Monster Compendium? I'm sorry? What? Huh. I'll be reading this bad boy. Sure. That's awesome. Where are you left your new cat? I mean, they're so easy to misplace those things. It's so easy to misplace those things. Love that movie? Really? You love the Blair Witch Really? Of all the movies you could love, the Blair Witch Project? I'm not saying good, like, jump scare movies are good. Don't get me wrong, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not implying that jump scare movies are any realm of good. Oh, I'm about to die to a crab. Unless, okay. I've got to be quick with hotkeys. Eat the carrot, not gonna be on 2 health. Okay, moving on. We're now on 28 health, much better. Totally much better. I'm just here for amethyst, man. I don't want to be picking all these fights. I'm here for one thing. I used all my explosives already. Just let me go in peace. This doesn't need to be a whole thing. Don't got it on a shrine type of level, but you liked it. It was okay. It was okay. I mean, I'll say this. I really like what they did for the horror genre, right? From a filmography is a word. From a film perspective, I really appreciate what they did, right? I think what they did was, honestly, it was revolutionary for the horror genre. I just don't think the movie was great. I think it was overhyped, or it is overhyped. It wasn't overhyped. It was a Colts film, but it's just like it wasn't for me. Favorite horror movie is a German movie called Mama. Probably call it boring too, since nothing really happens. I probably would, honestly. Yeah, I probably would. If nothing really happens, then I just like, I don't know. I'd be interested in seeing it, right? I like seeing new films. It's not like I don't like movies. It's just I feel like I guess I have. Okay, I think it's time to go. I think it's time to leave. I think it's time for me to get out of here because I am on 1 health. Yep, we go. We leave the mines. we leave the mines. I think staying down there any longer would be a mistake. It's a suspense type of movie. Well, is there ever any resolution to the suspense? Because again, I don't necessarily like jump scare movies. I think those are cheap. It's not even fear. It's surprise. Which is something that always pisses me off is like, oh, you guys scared? Why'd you get scared? They just jumped at you. It wasn't scare. I was not scared. It was not a scare. I was surprised. Those are two wildly different things. But I still want resolution to the suspense. I want to have a something delivered. I can see why people are like, oh, well, if it never resolves, then you constantly have that feeling that it's still out there. Right, I can see the argument for that, but from an enjoyment perspective, it's like, well, I don't have that residual, like, oh, well, will they, won't they? It's just like a, oh, that's it? It's like a, huh, okay, rather than a, ooh, I wonder what happened. It was just like, oh, okay, kind of thing. We'll watch the ambient-only horror movies and those ridiculous Thailand horror movies before you ever say the modern Western horror is good. I can't even say I watch many horror movies. I especially don't think I get scared at horror movies. That's not really something that's just not something I really have to deal with. So I can't really disagree. All right, but I also can't agree, right? I haven't seen really many, if any, Western horror movies that I thought were particularly good. I mean, heck, one of the more recent ones that I did go and see, actually in theaters, was Barbarian. Not a great movie. That one was definitely overhyped. My sister was like, "Whoa, this is just probably the scariest movie I've ever seen." And the person I went with and myself, we laughed. It was a laughably, quote unquote, scary movie. It was bad. Never go back to your cult. Leaving so soon, Tom. Leaving so soon. I can't believe you would do this. People always say that about new horror movies. What specifically? That they weren't actually scary, or you're still here? Okay, well, I mean, I implore you to stay. I appreciate you staying, but I mean, you said you were gonna go. You said you were gonna go to a different place. Oh, of course. I should have known. Silly me. This is the scariest movie. Oh, yeah. And the really funny thing is, my sister's like a horror, not even just horror movie, but movie in general. She's like a movie buff. She watches a ton of movies. She loves watching horror movies, specifically. So the fact that she thought that this one was supposed to be, or that she thought this one was scary, was shocking. I was like, oh, well, that must actually be a really good movie then. If you thought it was scary and you liked it, then I should absolutely see it. Turns out, she was just blatantly wrong. It was not even close. And I don't even watch horror movies, so like it's not like I'm already used to that whole horror movie trope genre thing. It was just not. It wasn't scary. It was so dumb. Remember, after all the hype for the movie It, and finally watched it, it felt like the general public was pathetic. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Realistically, the only media, and it's hard for me to even say I was scared specifically, it was the only media that I guess horror media, that I've personally witnessed, that I thought had a good sense of, well, suspense and like actual fear involved, and not just like jump scares, was actually Well, honestly, Phasmophobia did a really good job, specifically when playing alone. Specifically when I was playing alone and I wasn't like recording or streaming anything, that was a spooky game. For a while. Because you genuinely, like, you feel alone. You feel isolated. And when things move or there are noises, that actually catches you by surprise, especially since you know there will be something. You know there will be something, so there's that suspense. That was a good one. Not so much now, just because everybody's really used to it by now, but at least for a while, playing it alone was awful. Awful, awful time. And then a similar experience was not quite the same, but it was also a little tricky, was Outlast. Outlast was easier once you kind of get used to what to expect. But at the beginning, that one was like a little spooky, and then I got completely used to it. But for a while there, it had its moment. Dear Flumbum, I've heard you've been giving some people a hand around town. Everyone seems really thankful. I'm awarding you this month's Best Neighbor Award with a small cash prize. Keep it up. Honestly, if doing favors for people got me $500, I would be a lot more generous. I'm just saying. $500 is a very pretty penny for helping out with various little chores that I'm also getting paid for, by the way. Like, it's not like I'm doing these out of the kindness of my heart. I'm doing these because I'm getting rewarded. So I'm getting rewarded for doing things that get me rewarded. It's great. It's a double reward. Like the film Doom. I can't say I've seen it. I can't say I've seen it. I'm guessing it's a film adaptation of the video game, probably. And so I think I'm assuming you're being sarcastic about it, as I think I could count on one hand the number of film adaptations of games that were actually good. But I've never seen it, so I can't actually go on more than that. I will say, relatively recently, I finished, like in the grand scheme of things recently, it was like in the past couple months, I finished watching the Last of Us series on HBO. Actually a good series. Like, it was really good. That was a really good show. Highly recommend it. Very loyal to the source material. Just a great show on its own, independent of the source material. Big fan. Highly recommend it. When you're a fan of Doom 2, you're a fan of Doom. Hey, being a fan of Doom is perfectly valid. You know, it was revolutionary for the genre. I always want to go ghost hunting IRL, but you don't want to go to a tourist area because they rigged equipment. Also don't want to go to an abandoned building, get stabbed by a homeless person. Honestly, that's totally fair. Yeah, you know, that's totally fair. I will admit, I'm the kind of person who, I don't discredit other people's ghost experiences, right? I didn't live through them. I don't know what it was actually like. I can't say whether or not what somebody experienced was real. I could provide what I think might have happened if it was not a real ghost, but I don't discredit it, right? Personally, I don't believe in ghosts, but I want to. I cannot express how much I want to believe in ghosts. I want to know that there are ghosts. I want there to be evidence. Since I was a child, I've wanted proof. I've wanted to experience something, and I just haven't. I have never experienced any sort of paranormal encounter that couldn't be explained as something entirely else with much more validity, right? I've never had an experience that would rattle me to the point where I feel it completely changes my opinion on the matter. But I want to believe so bad. And so going ghost hunting, going to these like supposedly haunted places sounds fascinating. I would probably really enjoy that. That sounds like a great experience. But like you mentioned, some of the really cool places are abandoned and desolate and great place for squatters to call home and if they feel threatened or are out of their mind with several thousand different types of drugs. I don't know if I want to deal with that. And then, of course, tourist areas profit from people thinking ghosts are real. So they're going to do everything in their power to make you feel as though ghosts are real. And that's just an artificial experience in and of itself. It's like I can't really, you know. Despite your own experiences, you'll always call yourself crazy unless you have a second person who witnessed it. That's totally fair. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. And even then, there's of course and it's kind of a weak excuse that a lot of people have is like, oh well, if a group of people say they experienced a ghost encounter, it's probably just not mass hysteria or like group paranoia or something, you know, like everybody witnesses it because they want to they want to believe they witnessed it, or it's the easiest explanation, so then unanimously people kind of compound off of each other. I've seen excuses like that. I don't necessarily believe all of those excuses because those feel weak to me, but I can still see the argument. But I've never actually experienced anything, and it's almost heartbreaking. But I would love to have the opportunity to go on like a good ghost tour or go ghost hunting in an actual interesting location, right? I would love to do that. I would never make content off of it because it's not like I can, unless if I just do like a GoPro, like on a hat or like on a headband, I could still make content off of that. But it wouldn't be entertaining because it would be me walking around talking to myself for a while, getting nothing of worth. But I really want ghosts to be real because I think that'd be so cool. I love the idea of there being some kind of paranormal presence or existence of something beyond what we currently understand. I think that's a fascinating thing. I have yet to find or experience anything that would support it, which is such a bummer, right? I don't like that that's the case, but I want there to be something cool. I mean, then again, I've generally lived in newer places, right? I don't think I've ever lived in a house that was actually like old. You know, I don't think I've ever actually lived somewhere that had history or like a cool story that could explain something. I don't think I've ever lived anywhere like that. I've either lived in houses that were new, modern, or very recently built. Like, I know for a fact nothing could have happened on any of those properties, so there's no way that they could be haunted. According to what you, of course, it depends on what you believe to be the cause of ghosts, but that's a whole other argument. Call it mass psychosis, which is such a stupid scientific excuse because someone who has had psychosis before, the odds of everyone hallucinating the same thing. I think, is it just the belief that everybody hallucinates the exact same thing? Or is the belief that it would be like people, for example, right? Purely just as an example, hypothetical. For example, I say, in a group of people, I say, oh, there's this weird thing flying around. I think it was a flying saucer, right? I think it was aliens. And I explained why I think it was aliens, right? I was like, oh, well, it had this weird shape and it moved in ways I've never seen planes move. Then other people who saw something similar, like they saw the same moving object but didn't have a clue what it was, could then, in an effort for their brains to be like, okay, let's find an excuse, let's find a reason why this happened, let's try to understand it, their brains latch onto what I say and creates their own memories to match what they believe is true. Is that also the same idea? Is that also mass psychosis, or is it purely hallucination based? Because I feel like that could be a factor, right? In groups where somebody explains or at least leads the belief of it being one thing, if nobody else can explain it, that might be, or it could theoretically become the agreed upon reality, because that's just what is the easiest thing for them to latch on to. Then again, I mean, it's all psychology, and I can't say I'm a psychology whiz or anything. Sure, that has happened before, because low-key, your high school friend and her family were crazy like that. Honestly, I feel like the human mind, despite how advanced it is, you know, despite how wonderfully, honestly fascinating it is, with how powerful it's able to process things and maneuver things and manipulate things mentally, right? It is shockingly weak to manipulation. It can be so easily manipulated, even without trying, right? Because that example could very well be a realistic scenario where people don't know what's happening. Somebody gives an explanation, and everybody's just like, "Oh, yep, that must be it. That must be it. Yep. That's what happened. That's what happened." Because it's easier than trying to figure out what happened on their own. Mentally, right? It's not like a conscious thought of like, I don't want to think of what actually happened, or I don't want to try and figure out what happened myself. So I'm just going to choose what you said I choose to believe what you said instead. That's not like, I don't think it's a conscious thing. I think it's a subconscious thing where it's a matter of, okay, scrambling. What happened? What's going on? I don't know. Somebody gives an excuse. That must be it. That's it. That has to be it. That's easier than trying to process something that they can't quite comprehend or come up with a valid reason for. Like it's so easy to just not necessarily break. Like mind break is a very different thing, and that's not necessarily what I'm trying to hint at, but it's more so like it's easier to trick. Right? And not necessarily in like a, well, what's the term? Trick of the eyes, the illusion, I guess. Not really illusions, because those are different. Those kind of just happen. It's more of like an optical trick rather than a brain trick. Or at least the optical part of the brain is being tricked rather than the whole of the brain. But like when you're able to trick the processing part, the true thought, the personality part of the brain, the conscious part, that's where things get fascinating. Same friend told you her abusive ex-boyfriend spent the night at her house and got choked by a ghost in her sleep. And I have no way to verify because they broke up, so it's not like they can ask if it actually happened. Wait, so assuming, okay, her boyfriend at the time was over at her house, and in the middle of the night, he got choked? In his sleep. Okay, yeah. So in his sleep, in the middle of the night, he got choked out of nowhere by a ghost, I guess? Is that what she was trying to say? Because, like, again, and it's similar exactly to what you said. Can't verify it. Right? Not only are they not necessarily together, you can't really just reach out to them and ask, but it's also not like you were there. It's not something that you could personally verify because it's not something you were personally there to experience, which is so frustrating. Their parents were backing up that claim. I feel like, okay. Let's play devil's advocate here, right? Let's play devil's advocate. Let's say, theoretically, that what she says is rooted in reality, right? Not necessarily that he was choked, right? Not necessarily that he was actually being throttled by a spirit or a ghoul or whatever, right? I think this is fascinating, right? Because I find psychology and the human brain, quite honestly, very, very, very interesting. Let's say it's rooted in reality. It is my personal, I guess, headcanon, my personal belief that a lot of abduction experiences and ghost experiences that specifically revolve around sleep or like the bed, right, in the night, like those kind of things, it is my personal belief that a lot of those are actually just sleep paralysis or like what's the term? Like waking up and having a hallucination. There's a term for that. Wake up hallucination term. What is that called? Hypnopompic hallucinations that occur. They occur in the morning as you're waking up. Very similar to hypnagogic hallucinations or hallucinations that occur at night when you're falling asleep. I believe, again, personal headcanon, I believe people that experience paranormal activity, supernatural of any kind, during the, like, immediately waking up, going to sleep, or in the middle of the night, it is my personal belief that those are a lot of the time either hypopompic, hypnagogic, the one that's going to sleep, or sleep paralysis, right? Sleep paralysis is different. It is inherently different. Get both of those. We also don't get paralyzed. You don't have sleep paralysis. Yeah, so I mean, I'm assuming this is also like, if anybody knows otherwise, please correct me. Like, it's not like I don't want to say this and be inherently wrong. Is it sleep paralysis itself that causes the hallucinations, or is it hippopompic hallucinations that are accompanying sleep paralysis? Because it seems like they would be more or less one and the same, right? It seems like they would be related. They both result in having hallucinations around bedtime. You just happen to be stuck. Also, I'm just talking about brain stuff. I don't know why. I don't know why you would do that. It's just silly brain stuff. That's it. That's all. It's fine. There's only been 3 spooky instances where you can't brush it off as those. I would be fascinated to hear what your experiences were. I would be really interested to hear what your experiences were. Because of course I can't necessarily say for certain whether or not they're true, but I'm always down to hear people's stories. I won't say that they weren't real because it didn't happen to me. And clearly somebody else's experience. I'm not going to invalidate that. But I would also ask that I can be forgiven for not inherently, I guess, going full hog, just being like, oh wow, yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe ghosts are real after hearing just that. But I'm not going to discredit it, kind of thing. I think this has to do with how well your brain handles lucid dreaming and how quickly you're falling into REM. That makes sense. REM is also like it's crazy how much they can affect not just sleep patterns, but the brain itself. I mean, it's like the deepest part of sleep, so it's kind of important for, I guess, refreshing in layman's terms. But yeah, I would love to. I want there to be more research into it. You know, I want there to be more research into sleep paralysis and all of these wacky, wild brain things, because they're so interesting. They're so interesting. I wish I could know more about them. It's just like I'm nowhere near being smart enough to comprehend everything regarding them, and I don't have the time nor energy to put a whole lot of research into them. But I would be really interested in seeing kind of where they relate, you know, kind of where they cross lines, so to speak, and how it might affect a lot of these encounters that people have, especially alien abduction encounters. Like I mentioned, okay, well, hippopompic or hippogonic, was it? Hallucinations, which are the ones that are directly related to when you are waking up and falling asleep. I think those could be related. Those could be associated with a lot of paranormal or otherwise, or like supernatural experiences. I think those could be related to it in a lot of ways. But specifically and especially, I believe alien abduction experiences are most likely associated with sleep paralysis. Because a lot of the time, the common denominator in these alien abduction stories is that they were unable to move, and they heard things, they saw things, and then they wake up, you know, and then they're suddenly back home, or they go to sleep and they're back home, and nothing, as if nothing changed, right? I absolutely believe that if you wake up and you can't move and you're experiencing something weird, it was probably sleep paralysis. Realistically, probably just sleep paralysis. But it's not a super, like, I think it's much more common for people that are on the internet regularly, you know? I think if you watch YouTube or listen to podcasts or do anything that's associated with kind of the internet, you have a higher chance of knowing about sleep paralysis than people that are, I guess, let's just, for example, in the older generation that might not even have a term to associate it with, and therefore might assume that waking up being paralyzed is inherently an alien thing and not your brain freaking out. Also, welcome back, Toast. Hopefully you enjoyed your time in ad jail. Hopefully your time there wasn't too bad. What is it? Starting tomorrow, traveling merchant fleet will, oh, okay, wow. We'll dock at Pelican Town for the yearly night market. The market starts at 5 and will be in port for the next 3 days. Wow, okay. Please visit the beach after 5 p.m. to join the festivities. There's free coffee. Ooh, free coffee. I mean, I won't complain about free coffee. You want me to join a VC Or do you want me to type in message? Ooh. Ooh, you know what? You know what? Let's get into VC. Let's get into VC. I could take a small break here. I think I also happen to have something for this too. Let me I think oh yeah, I still have it. Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. I can get something great set up. Just gotta scoot things around. There. Oh, I didn't even need to do that. Cool. In that case, hide that, show this. Perfect. All right. Can you join a server call then? Oh, I used to have the Discord command up and running, but I didn't want bots to flood it when I was offline, so I don't usually leave it on. But I can send you a personal link. I can send you a personal link. I have a Discord. I just don't have it super publicly available because I am terrified. Also, hello.
Ooh.
Hello. Hello,
That's my
Toast. Everybody
first-
say hello to Toast.
My first spooky story is Boo.
Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, you didn't tell me you'd start right away.
Yeah.
This is terrifying.
Okay. I only have one
Okay.
spooky example where I've had another eyewitness,
Mm-hmm.
and it was when I was babysitting my sister, and I don't know how old we were, but she's like 6 years younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
But we were old enough to like have a coherent conversation with each other. You know, like
Mhm.
like she's
You were
in school. She's not in
conscious.
kindergarten. Yeah, we're sentient. We were eating mac and cheese, and we're sitting at the kitchen table because I was babysitting her. No one else was home,
Mm-hmm.
and we usually have a cup of water. Like we have these green ceramic cups on ugh, I can't talk. Hold on.
Yeah,
On
yeah.
this like wooden table that has like kind of like a glossy sticky film over it.
Mm-hmm.
So, mind you, a ceramic cup on a glossy sticky film, it's not going to move with gravity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I just realized how ridiculous my chimney looks from that side.
It's just a guy. I put you up on the table too. Don't worry.
It's the only way for me to reach the mic.
too little.
Okay, anyways, yeah, we're eating. I don't know what we were talking about, but we both saw my cup move about like 5 inches to the left.
Oh.
And
Like.
originally, my sister didn't say anything. She
Mhm.
kind of like glanced and like looked back at her bowl. We kept talking.
Yeah.
And then I brought it up. And I was like, "Hey, just making sure I'm not crazy. Did you see that?" And she's like, "Yeah, I thought you were gonna bring it up."
Well, did it just scoot, or did it like
Yeah,
how did it?
scooted. It didn't like go off the table. It just scooted.
Oh.
And like, so I wish I could hold on. Maybe I can draw this for you so I can
Mm-hmm.
like get you like a layout of how the house was.
Yeah, of
laid
course.
Hold on. Illustrate
Trying to get the right ambiance here.
ambiance for
DMCA safe. Sure, this works. I believe that. I trust that.
I'm going to show you my drawing, my epic drawing skills.
Yeah. I'll make sure to put it on display for everybody to see too. Don't worry.
I need to figure out what position I need my drawing pad in.
Gotta
Yeah,
orient
it's
it right.
Okay, so fuck. Shit, this position's not working. You know what? Cheating.
Beat the system.
Kitchen.
Pants.
Live. Room. Hallway. Driveway.
There we go. I got it set up so everybody can see now.
Backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Mhm.
my sister is right here.
Okay.
I'm right here. We're eating mac and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Our cups are like right here.
Which one's the mac and cheese?
Oh, actually, my cup is like right here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Enhance. Okay. Okay. Is that? And then okay, there's the toast. I remember. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yep. Okay, this sister, me, like
Mhm.
are eating mac and cheese. My cup is just like chilling, and then all of a sudden, scoot.
just scoots along. Did it make
Yeah,
it? Did it
like-
make sound?
Yeah, yeah, it made a sound. It
Huh.
sounded like what ceramic would sound like against like a filmed over wooden table.
And the cup.
And
It was a ceramic. Like it was a ceramic cup. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
This green little ceramic cup. Actually, I might be able to pull this up.
Ooh. Ooh. Cup reveal.
Green ceramic cup.
Cause I'm curious. I'm curious what this supposed cup looks like. Cause I'm assuming.
Thousands.
I'm assuming it's the kind of thing where it's a ceramic cup, but the base, like the rim around the bottom, is not polished, kind of thing. Because
Yeah.
usually that's if they polish the whole thing, it would explode in the kiln. So obviously that's unpolished.
I found the cup, but it doesn't show the bottom. But yeah, like it's what you said, where it's like not polished on the bottom.
Okay. Here, let's see if I can. There it is. Man, I love OBS. OBS is great. There you are. You're currently on
There's
top of the
my
cup.
cup.
And
Wait,
the
it's
bottom
not
has
showing-
the.
It's not showing Medibang. They can't see my drawing.
Oh yeah, not at the same time. Don't worry, I got it right here. Boom, drawing. I can transition pretty smooth. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the
Okay.
cup went to the left, right?
Mhm.
And I've had people ask like, well, is your house at like an incline, right?
Oh yeah.
Um,
That's a fair question.
my house is at an incline this way, down the driveway.
So if it was gonna
It's like
scoot
a hill.
anywhere, it would scoot
It
towards
would go
your.
towards me.
It would go towards you. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, the biggest part of the hill that our house is on is more on the left.
Okay.
Like at a curve, like an angle like this. So like this is the hill, and this is where it like goes down.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes no sense, like physics-wise, for this to go that way. Basically.
Well, it's not like you could have bumped the table, right?
No, it wouldn't have gone 5 inches even if we did. Like it went a pretty noticeable distance. To
Yeah,
the
I
left.
mean 5 inches is that's no joke. Like
For
how
a cup,
close?
Yeah.
How close was it to the edge?
I did a pretty bad job with the scale here, obviously.
What do you mean? I think it looks great. Yeah, I could see it clearly.
It was like let's do a different color.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say this is the edge right here.
Okay.
My cup right here. Cup right here.
Mm-hmm.
And went like right here. So it was like half the distance, or
Okay.
maybe the same distance.
Yeah, just it was closer, but now it wasn't like teetering at the edge.
Yeah. And I've had like a different experience in this house,
Mm-hmm.
but I've only ever had like 2 experiences. 'Cause
That
I
one
found
and
out
this
the
one?
other experience was a real person.
Okay.
The only other experience was after I watched Toy Story. I was sitting on my floor,
Mm-hmm.
like my bed, my window. This is me.
Oh, little baby toast.
My whole life to be sitting. And I got my little doll, right?
you and your
And I'm like,
fucked up neck.
and I'm like, listen, if you blink or talk to me, I will not tell anyone. And
Trust
then
me,
this
bro.
motherfucker blinked.
Ooh.
And
So
it's
you
one
just-
of those.
You just broke your promise.
Yeah,
You just
I
broke your
broke-
promise.
Yeah, no. For
Oh,
sure.
you're absolutely cursed now. You
So,
are
you know-
absolutely cursed.
You know those dolls that like they have like eyelashes, and if you move it, if you like hold it and you move it backwards, it blinks, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
gravity.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what it was, but I didn't move it. I was holding that shit. I was holding it tight,
Mm.
and that motherfucker blinked, and it was like
Hmm.
perfectly timed. I've never seen it do that.
That is impeccable timing. That is impeccable timing. Huh.
So that's the other instance. I want to tell you about the one that I found out was
I'm
a
going to
human.
kiss you.
I think I've told this story before about like okay, house,
Mm-hmm.
and then we have a shed. Right? A little
Also,
shed.
what the heck, Tom? What the heck? I'm
I need
interviewing
to figure
somebody
out
right
what, like,
now. I don't know what you're going on about.
Drawing
You
pad
silly goose.
position needs to be in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Eh.
I didn't know you were an artist like this.
Okay, shed
Mm-hmm.
and trampoline.
This is the backyard, right?
Yeah, backyard. And this is the screen door to get in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my brother chilling on the trampoline, jumping. Boing, 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 boing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As one does. Oh, yeah, fence.
Kind of important. Kind of important.
Yeah.
Jumping into the ether, in the neighbor's yard,
Yeah.
unprotected.
Yeah, we can see their ugly ass pool that's all swampy and gross.
Mmm. Swamp pool.
Swamp pool. Actually, hold on.
It's definitely the kind of pool where like a
There's-
frog gets in there, dies, and they just never take it out.
There's a bunch of dead plants in
Oh.
between the fence and our house back here, though.
Nice, nice.
Which kind of comes. It's a little bit important later.
Okay.
Anyways, we heard a noise from the
Ooh.
shed,
Okay.
and us being like 6 years old, we're like, oh my god, it's a ghost,
Hmm. Yeah, well, naturally. What else could it be?
it's- and we dared each other to open it and like go in.
Mhm.
And my brother, being the older brother, I told him that it's his job to do it first because he's
That's
my older
true.
brother.
That's true. Them's the
So-
rules.
Yeah, them's is the rules. So, brother opens the door, just a wee bit,
Hmm. Just a little peek.
and I'm chilling right here. I'm like, that's your
Let's
problem,
go find
bro.
a ghost.
Bro's like probably like a foot in at this point.
Ooh. He's going inside.
And then he hears something. He
Hmm.
hears a voice.
Hmm.
He doesn't know what it said, but like I heard a very faint thing, but I thought it was him saying something. But he books it. Like
Yeah.
he's like
Yeah.
God.
Nope.
We run. God damn it. We run to the screen door.
Hmm.
And while running to the screen door, actually, hold on. Inaccurate house drawing.
What?
We have a fence that goes to the front yard right here
Mhm.
with like our garbage can and stuff. And we can see the driveway from this fence. So we saw our dad's car pull up. We were
Mhm.
like, oh, perfect.
We can tell
Like-
about the ghost.
We can tell him about the ghost.
Mhm.
And while we were running into the screen door, like to get in the house, my dad's like coming down the hallway and the kitchen, you know, he comes through, he's like, what's going on? Why are you guys yelling? And we're like, there's a ghost in the shed. You need to go out there. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't believe us. 'cause
No, of
he's
course.
a dad.
Yeah. Well, he's a parent.
He's like, ghosts don't exist. Like, calm
No.
down.
Not actually a thing.
And we had to like beg him to go look, and he like actually kind of looked a little bit concerned. So
Yeah.
he's like, okay, fine.
Well, clearly
like,
there was
"Alright, fine."
something, right?
Yeah. He's like, and we're like, he leaves to go out here. Because of the wall for our patio, we couldn't
Mhm.
actually see past when he went to the shed.
Ooh. Okay.
So we're right here, we're like waiting for him to come back.
And he never.
And then he comes
came-
back. No. And he comes back and he's like, all right, yeah, you guys are right. There is a ghost. I need you guys to go in your room while we get rid
Ooh.
of the ghost.
He's gonna have an exorcism without you guys? That's so uncool.
So, this is like the rooms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dad's room, my room, brother's room, office. Oh, no, at this time, actually, at this point in time in our lives, this was the office. This was my room. This was my brother's room.
Mhm.
We were in my room, so we didn't have a view of the front yard, and we didn't have a view of the backyard. So this whole time, our whole childhood, we thought it was like legitimately a ghost.
Yeah,
we
like an
thought my dad
actual-
actually thought it was a ghost. And then when I'm moving to Virginia, I'm like sitting on the couch, and he's sitting on the couch in the living room. And we're just like chilling,
Mm-hmm.
reminiscing about stuff. And I was like, you remember that time like the shed was haunted? And he was like, is that what I
Oh.
told you?
Did you guys really believe that shit? Man, you were stupid. Just like laying into you for no reason.
He's like, did I actually tell you that? He's like, did I ever tell you what really happened? I'm like, no, what? He's like, there was a guy that was running from police that was hiding in
Mhm.
there and living in there for weeks. He was stealing our food from the kitchen.
Wow.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's only 2 ways for him to get in the house.
Mm-hmm.
The screen door always stayed locked, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we had a laundry room with a doggy door, and we
Oh,
had
gods.
we used to have a dog that was like, I don't remember what the breed was, but it was a pretty large dog. So the door was like relatively big. Like a skinny grown man
Mhm.
can get through it, but not like an average grown man can get through it.
Maybe a grown man who, I don't know, might be on the
Was starving.
run from the police and
Yeah.
hasn't been eating a whole lot.
So he either could have gotten in through the doggy door or the windows to our rooms on this overgrown area in
Ooh.
the backyard, which is also very likely because it's right there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do remember seeing like one of those Scooby-Doo gummy snack wrappers outside,
Mm-hmm.
and me and my brother, we used to sneak food while my dad was away,
Yeah.
and then we'd hide the wrappers by throwing it out our window. So
Okay. Okay.
So we didn't really think much of it when we saw it in the backyard. We just like, oh, the wind, kind of
Mhm.
probably blew it.
Wind was hungry.
The wind. But as it turns out, this shed was full of them.
Oh god, the man was living on Scooby snacks.
He was eating our Scooby snacks.
You know, say what you want about him. You know, he's a criminal. He was literally stealing. He was squatting. Like there are a lot of not good things there. But man had taste. Man had taste. At the very least, he knew what was good.
The thing is, my dad knew that we would sneak snacks, right? So when the snacks were depleting relatively fast, we would get in trouble.
Mm-hmm. He assumed it was just you. And I'm guessing, was it like
like we
you
would
assuming it was
sneak-
your sibling?
It was mostly my brother getting in trouble because he's a growing boy. He eats more than I do.
That is, yeah, that's fair. Growing boys
But
need their
we-
Scooby snacks.
Like we would steal like 1, maybe like 2 every like a week or so.
Mm-hmm.
But we were always wondering like how the fuck was he noticing this?
Mm-hmm.
But it was more than that. The fucking squatter chilling in our shed was eating our fucking Scooby snack. And my whole life we thought it was a ghost.
Lock him up forever. He deserves death sentence for this. Execute this man. Wow. So
Yeah.
just like up until that point, did you just believe ghosts were a thing? Because you were like, well, Dad said it was a ghost. I can remember it was being a ghost, so it must have been a ghost.
To be honest, up until that point, I thought my dad was just fucking with us.
All right, that's
Because-
fair. That's fair.
Because, like, I mean, like, when I was little, I believed it was real, right? But as I got older, I was like, oh yeah, he probably just was fucking with us.
He was just tired of us
Like,
bothering him.
Yeah. He
Uh-huh.
just got home. I'm sure he just wanted to mess with us. But had we
I
hid
mean, I would.
in had we hid in my brother's room, we would have saw the police cars in the driveway.
But you just went to your room?
Yeah, we were hiding in my room.
Okay. Yeah, because I was gonna ask, like, did you not see or hear the police? But I guess they probably went in through
No.
that side gate.
I'm sure my dad probably asked them to be quiet too.
Yeah, it's like, hey, look, I've had a long day. The last thing I need is my kids knowing what's actually happening.
Because like my room, this is like the screen door right here with the kitchen table and stuff. So my room was right here. Like it was just like the kitchen is like the hall. It goes like straight. It's a straight shot.
Yeah, it's the closest room to get into.
Yeah, so that's where we went. Yeah, that's just,
Interesting.
that was the one time that we thought it was a ghost and it wasn't.
Turns out it was even worse.
I mean, there was one other time, but I kind of like I have a history of hallucinations, so I kind of just ignore this. But my closet had like a thing in the ceiling that lets you go into the hallway, or not the hallway, the attic, right? Like a little attic door in my closet. I seen it go up and then close again before.
Ooh. Okay. I just want to double check. That's like the attic hatch kind of thing, or was it like a hole?
Like every closet had one in the house.
Was it like an indent in the ceiling that you could push up, or was it actually like attic access? If you know what I mean.
Is, alright, wait, drawing skills. Hold on. These are closed.
Put that degree to work.
And then it's really difficult with my drawing pad's position being different. It was like it wasn't like a latch or anything. It was like one of those things that like do like a puff noise when you close it.
Okay.
Because it's like, I don't know if that even makes any sense. Like, you know how like, okay, let's say you put a wooden block inside of a wooden hole that's like square size and fits perfectly.
Yes.
It makes that little puff noise as it's going in because it's like the perfect
It's a tight
size.
fit.
And
Yeah,
the air's coming up. That's kind of like what the entrance was like.
yeah.
Like, so there wasn't like a lock that closed it.
No
was
lock,
just
no
like-
ladder. Like you couldn't realistically access it. It was just
Yeah,
kind
you
of.
just if you could only really open it if you come into my closet and push your hand up.
Yes. Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking about. Okay.
Yeah. And that's in everyone's closet. Like my dad's, my brother's, mine. The office didn't have a closet, so there wasn't one in there. But I've seen that go up before and then fall back down.
Ooh. Like go back into place.
Yeah.
Is it just for other context? Is it like an actual attic, or was it more of like a crawl space that happened to be between the house and the roof? If you know what I mean.
I don't. I feel like it's the same thing, isn't it?
They're kind of, from what I know, a crawl space in that context is more like it's. I guess it's easier to explain or define an attic, right? An attic would be you could walk up there, you could usually stand or crouch.
No, you can't stand. I know that much.
Okay.
Here's what I know about this place in the house, though. I know, because I've never been up there. I'm not allowed up there because spiders and stuff. But I know that our Christmas decorations were up there, and the Halloween decorations were up
I'll
there.
drink. Okay.
But I also know that my dad was able to crawl around up there to fix something, and he stole my Powerpuff Girls mirror to use as like a flashlight type of thing. And then he left it up there, and then he came back, and he was like, "Hey, do you have another one?" And I gave him my other one, and he left both of them up there.
Why would he do that?
He just, I don't know, like it's dark up there, so I guess he dropped it and then couldn't find it, and then went back down. And I cried.
But it's Powerpuff Girls. Yeah, well, obviously. Powerpuff Girls is the best.
He's like, I'll just replace it. I'm like, no, you.
Wrong.
Good luck.
Wrong. You will not. Huh.
But yeah.
I've never actually experienced anything per se. Like I've never actually had a whole experience. What I did, and I guess like the closest thing I know of is back when I was maybe, it had to have been like 2011, maybe 2012.
This is the California house too. I didn't even get into the other stuff.
Oh God, there's more?
Yeah, my Virginia apartment had some stuff too.
That's okay. Well, you gotta tell me the rest.
No, you go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Tell your thing.
Like 2012, maybe 2013 ish. my family moved out, and we had our house, of course, right? We lived out in Montana, actually.
Yeah.
Now I know for a
I've
fact.
been wanting to move there.
Yeah, honestly, it's beautiful. It's. I'm not gonna go into the whole like, oh well, here's why it's great, but I loved it. If you like small towns, you'd love it up there.
Yeah. As
Like
long as it's got internet access, I love it.
you gotta find the right. You can't live too rural. I'll tell you that much. Like this house, we had to for like Wi-Fi wise, we had an old iPhone that we had to tether off of at all times just to have Wi-Fi. It was that rough. But I know for a fact the house was built within like the past couple years by the time we were there, right? It was a new house.
Yeah.
So nothing had actually happened. But for whatever reason, I couldn't tell you why, but for whatever reason, in that time, I was really obsessed with the paranormal, right? I was super into ghosts and ghouls and werewolves and all that, right? Super into it. I thought it was awesome. And because I was into it and I'm the older sibling, my younger sister was also into it, right? Which is the point where like we wanted to have our own monster hunting group, right? We were that much into it at the time.
Yeah.
So we go all this time. Not much happens really. It's generally pretty well just boring. We don't get to do a whole lot until a few nights in a row. In the middle of the night, we hear scratching in the ceiling.
Ooh.
And immediately, my sister and I, we both agree that there was something, right? We're like, I heard something. Did you hear something? She was like, yeah, I heard something last night. It's like, okay, so clearly there's something there. Clearly something's going on.
Yeah.
And so like my first thought was probably like, okay, well there's probably ghosts, right? We have ghosts in the ceiling. And then it slowly turns into, well, no, they wouldn't be, because we fancied ourselves really familiar with the paranormal. So it was like, oh, well, it's probably not actually ghosts because they wouldn't make that kind of noise. So then we started going down the rabbit hole of like, oh, it's probably a homeless man that crawled up in our ceiling and just lives up there now. And so like we desperately tried convincing.
Not rats.
No, immediately to the homeless man theory. Yeah.
Hey, you're smarter than us. We didn't even consider.
I think I had to have been like 12, maybe 13 at the time. So I was older. But like it was like ghosts and then immediately, okay, it's probably a homeless man. So my sister and I, we were a little bit concerned because like, oh God, if it's a homeless man, then somebody's living in our house. That's spooky. That's scary. So we desperately tried convincing our parents to go up and like check and see if they can see somebody up there, right? Because it is a crawl space, so it's just like a massive open area all in the roof, right? It's not quite an attic, and it's to the point where like we have a crawl space in the basement. We don't need to use it as storage, so nobody ever goes up there, right? It is entirely unused. So we try. We're like, okay, you guys gotta go check. There's a homeless man up there. It kind of becomes a joke because we're like, yeah, it seems like a homeless man. We know we hear something. We know for a fact there's something, but we can't think of anything else, so it's got to be a homeless man.
Right.
My parents never actually check. They never actually check. The only time my dad went up in that crawl space was specifically to like run some wire across the ceiling. Yeah. And he said he never saw anything, right? He said like, oh yeah, because we quizzed him after he had gone up there. We're like, well, did you see him? Did you see the guy? And he's like, no, it was just the crawl space. It's like, okay, well, turns out as of about a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, my parents are selling the house. They've had it for a while. They had been renting it out because they weren't sure what they wanted to do with it. They were like, oh, we might move back. We might sell it. They were trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
They're taking preparations to, at the very least, get it prepared to sell off or further rent out. So they had some inspections come through. Apparently, there had been signs of rats in the ceiling at some point. And so my only guess is either what my sister and I were hearing were rats, which isn't super likely because we never noticed any like sign of rats throughout the house.
To be fair, they're pretty sneaky.
They are surprisingly sneaky. Or it was crows on the roof. Honestly, I prefer to think that there was a homeless man up there because I think that's much more exciting than crows and or rats. But it definitely kept my sister and I on edge for a while. It was to the point where we were like, okay, after my dad had run up there and was like, we didn't see anything, we were like, okay, he must have moved somewhere else, right? Clearly the homeless man is still here, but he's no longer in the ceiling.
Someone else's wall.
He's in the basement. That's the only place. That's the only other place somebody would be hiding, right? Would be in the basement. Well, it was like the garage was attached to it would be like the first floor, but it was just like garage and then storage rooms and then crawl space, right?
Yeah.
So we're like, okay, he clearly must be in the crawl space in the basement. So with a friend, because we had a friend who lived like 7 minutes away, again, rural. The closest person that I knew was 7 minutes away. It was a drive. But he was over, so we're like, okay, we know he's in the crawl space. We've got to go see if we can find him because nobody else believes us, so we have to be the one to find him.
Oh no.
So we armed ourselves with, I want to say he had maybe like an airsoft gun. And I had armed myself with something wild, like a plastic, like PVC pipe and a cooler for a shield. And we went up into that basement crawl space and we looked around. We're like, okay, gotta be careful. We don't know what he has. We don't know if he's armed or if he has anything. I don't know why we thought like, oh yeah, this cooler might be able to stop a bullet, but it was better than nothing, right? So we crawl around in there.
Protective of their brother.
Oh, of course. And surprisingly enough, there was nobody in that crawl space. It was just completely empty. But it was a fun little adventure. Now, what was more wild was the neighbors across from us.
Yeah.
They cycled through, right? We had several neighbors live in that house throughout our time there. About 5 years we lived in that house, and over those 5 years we saw maybe 2 or 3 different neighbors live across from us. And it wasn't like they were directly across the street. It was a walk, but like we could see them. Like it was open enough. We knew where they were. We could walk. It would just be a little bit of a trip. The one time my sister and I ever went over to that house was because the people living there had, I think it was I want to say it was either a single mom or a mom with a husband that was just never at the house, and her son. Her son, he was chill. He was cool. He was nice. And we hung out every now and then. We occasionally would stop by.
Right.
And one time, we went over, and we were trying to figure out what to do, because rural kids being rural kids, there weren't a whole lot of options. So it was kind of like stay in the house and play games or go outside and play games, and that was about as exciting as it would get.
Yeah.
Somehow, we ended up bringing up that my sister and I were trying to be monster hunters, right? We were super into that. And so we asked, like, okay, have you seen anything? And to our surprise, this neighbor said he had. According to him, in his own house, in his bedroom, he had been thrown, because he had like a bunk bed for whatever reason. I don't know why you live alone and have a bunk bed, but for whatever, he had a bunk bed. He had been sleeping up there, and he had been thrown off of it in the middle of the night. Not rolled off, he had been thrown off. And he had been scratched as well. Like at different points he had been scratched along the back. I don't know if he had mentioned being choked. I could be making that one up. I don't remember it distinctly, but I know he mentioned being scratched. I know he mentioned being thrown. And the weirdest part was that his mom verified it. His mom apparently vouched for him on the fact that these had happened, which was the most damning evidence my sister and I had ever heard, because until that point, we had never actually met and talked to an adult that had verified anything paranormal ever. Yeah. Parents don't believe. Parents said it was not real. Nobody in my family really believes in that stuff. So we had never actually met somebody that believed in that. And then here's this lady that we barely even know who's saying that her son's experiences of being harassed by spirits were real. Even to this day, I have no idea why she necessarily verified that. I don't know what actually happened, or if he was making it up and she was backing up her kid.
It's
Still
possible
wild to
that
me.
it's possible. That sounds like some shit my neighbors would have done for me and my brother. It's like, oh yeah, there's a
Yeah.
ghost for sure.
Yeah, for sure, man.
No, but still, that's still interesting, even if it regardless of what it was.
Oh yeah, it was wild, and to this day, I kind of wish I could reach out to him and be like, hey, so what? Do you remember saying that? Do you remember that? Like, what
were
was
you
with
guys
that?
fucking with us? Or...
Because I can, at the very least, I know being thrown off the bed, I think could be written off as maybe rolling off the top bunk, or doing something in your sleep.
Sleepwalking, yeah.
Yeah, that could be written off. But scratches are a little bit harder to, unless you accidentally hurt yourself getting down from bed, I guess. I don't know how that could be justified. So.
Had a bunk bed before. I used to share one with my stepsister.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I was small and it was harder to fall off the bed, but I don't see how you can fall off the bed.
Yeah. I mean, that's just the only, I guess, not justification, but explanation I could come up with as to why he might have been, realistically, how he might have been, quote unquote, thrown from bed, right? Yeah. But you said you had some other experiences? That was just California, right?
Oh, I mean, if you have more experiences, feel free to talk about it, because I'm actually doing Wuthering Waves right now. I just need a couple more minutes so I can finish this.
I mean, it's not necessarily paranormal, but it was definitely one of the spookiest experiences. Was so while we lived in Montana, we did a little bit of we had property at the time. My family had property, and so we made the most of it, right? If you live out in the rural sticks, it kind of just comes with having property. You don't just want to have a house out there. At the very least, you want to have some room to do stuff. So we had a little bit of property, and on that property, we tried making the most of it, right? We had a chicken coop. We had a little chicken run place for them to be.
Chicken.
And then we also, closer to the little aspen grove, we had a tool shed. Originally, it was supposed to be a playhouse.
Not the
shed. Not the shed again, no. But it was originally actually supposed to be a playhouse for my sister and I. Turns out we didn't use it very much just because there were other places to be. And we used it a little bit. It was just it would mostly just ended up being an empty space, so my parents turned it into a tool shed. Now, around the time that it had been converted, we decided, and around the time we had chickens, my parents were like, okay, you know, it'd be great. We have all these weeds on the property, right? They're ugly. They stick to everything. We had dogs, so it would stick to the dog fur.
Rude.
I know. It was truly, truly, totally uncalled for. So they decided, why not just get goats, right? Why not just get goats? To this day, I don't really know what the actual purpose of having goats were. I think they originally wanted to have goat milk, but they never, after getting them, they decided, you know what, let's not do that, because to get goat milk, you have to have pregnant goats, and they didn't want to deal with having kids.
Pregnant.
So they just decided to use them as, I guess, living plant treatment, I guess. And they yeah, and they had this wire. I guess it would be a wire cage kind of installed behind the tool shed, right? So the goats they'd have space to move around, do what they needed to do. And it came with a little overhang for them to hide under. So we had goats. They would go out. They'd do their thing. Another, I guess, important part of context is while we were here, my dad's job had him live away, right? We had gotten this house. It was a great house. Unfortunately, his job would put him several hours away.
Yeah.
And sometimes we would need to, because most weeks he would be able to come over to our actual house for the weekends, right? He'd be at the house for the weekends, and he'd have to go back up to his job. Well, sometimes he's not able to come over, so we had to actually go up to where he was. long road trip, wasn't too bad. Just sat with a movie in the car and we were good. And it was nice to be in a bigger city because you'd have access to a bunch of different things. Regardless, we'd go up there every now and then, and it just so happens that this week he wasn't able to come down, so we were like, okay, we're going on a road trip up there. Let's pack up and go. So like, okay, yeah. Take the road trip. Everything's fine. Goats and chickens are under the supervision of our like family friend. It's actually the mother of the friend that came over for the homeless man hunting.
Okay.
Yeah, such a family friend. She was coming over. She was watching over him. So we get there. We stay the first night. And then everything's perfectly fine, right? Through the night, wake up. Go upstairs, right? Because where we were staying in this city was a little bit different layout. I lived in the... my sister's bedrooms were in the basement, and in the morning we'd come upstairs and kind of be with the rest of the family. So I came upstairs, and my mom looks at me, and she's like, "We have to go back today." Normally we'd stay there the whole weekend, so I was like, "Well, what's going on? Why? What happened?" Turns out, our neighbor had gotten there to check on the animals and went down to the goats. The gate that leads into the goat pen had been pried up from the corner.
Oh.
And all of the goats inside were dead, slaughtered.
Oh my God.
One of them was missing. There were 3 goats. One of them had gone missing. So we're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, we should go back. That's a problem. So we pack up. My dad comes with us. Everybody's like, he must have called off of work. He'd been like, I can't, like, I have to go. Everybody packed up. We went back. So then we're trying to figure out, okay, we don't really know what happened.
Probably a bobcat. Montana has bobcats, don't they?
Well, there's a lot of wildlife, right? We assume like, okay, it might have been a bear. We had seen bear. My dad had a trail cam actually, set up on the property, and so like we knew for a fact we had seen bears on the property before. So like it could have been a bear maybe.
So I know bobcats killed my grandma's chickens and wildlife too.
I mean, just
They broke open the pen. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, no, I mean big cats in general are vicious and terrifying. Terrifying.
Yeah, have you heard their screams before? It sounds like women.
I have. It's horrifying. I mean, that's probably what a lot of people. I know. I've definitely seen some videos where people are like, "Oh my gosh, you hear that in the forest? It's so scary. It must be like a ghost or
like, yeah, it's literally
Sasquatch."
like a bobcat.
It's absolutely a bobcat. They're terrible. They sound horrifying.
Yeah.
But we're like, okay, we don't really know what's happening, so we don't touch the goats, right? We only go down there. They see what's happening. They see the carnage, and they're like, okay. They set up the trail cam, right? Because whatever killed them is probably going to come back. Set up the trail cam to kind of look and watch and see what's actually there. We wait. And on the trail cam, in the next morning, right? One of the bodies are gone. Check the trail cam. Turns out, not one, but at least 2 mountain lions had gotten into the goat pen.
Are mountain lions and bobcats not the same thing? Because I could have sworn they were the same thing.
I want to say bobcats are different, just a little bit. I think aren't bobcats? Yeah, bobcats are smaller.
Oh.
Mountain lions are.
Yeah, my brain was thinking about mountain lions earlier because that's what killed my grandma's chickens.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if a bobcat killed chickens either, because I mean it's a predatory cat. They would absolutely still kill chickens. Yeah, it's not gonna go in the bird's favor. Yeah, mountain lions are huge. Have you seen one?
Yeah, I've seen one.
They're so big. And after we realized this, we're like, okay, that's a problem. And we can't have that around. So we come up with a plan, right? Like, we need to figure out what to do. We can't legally trap them. We need to get a game warden up. But we just so happened to need some more, I guess, solid evidence. And we also needed to take care of them before a game warden could come down, right? We would, like, they would keep coming, they'd take the last goat, and then they wouldn't come back. There would be no way of getting them. So my dad, interestingly enough, happened to have some snares on hand. Because we had, I think, fox
Can you
problems.
describe what a snare is?
A snare is a wire loop that, when passed through, tightens and prevents it from, I guess, loosening, right? So traditionally, the snare would, in this example at least, hang over the entrance of the pen. Something would walk through it, go through the snare, and it would tighten and restrict movement. Now, for a smaller animal, it's usually supposed to choke them out, is what it's supposed to do.
Oh.
So, for example, I think we had fox problems, and we were worried about the chickens, so we had set up snares across the property. Still had some.
Right.
So he set up one. He didn't expect it to, like, kill it, but it was supposed to just restrain it.
Right.
We wait. We actually contact a family friend, and we're like, hey, we need some way to monitor this area. And we know you recently had a kid. Do you happen to have any baby monitors we could borrow? And they just so happened to have one. So we set up a baby monitor next to the cage with the snare. And we wait.
Right.
Night comes. It was like 9 or 10. It was dark. And we just wait. And then my dad hears it. On the monitor, there's the shaking of wire, of cage. And he peeks out. My mom goes with him with this powerful, super powerful flashlight, the kind where you hold it, and it clicks and beams straight down to it. And there, flailing against the cage, the wire cage, was a whole mountain lion.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And being rural mountain Montana family, dad had his rifle.
Yeah.
And he put it down.
That motherfucking thing on you.
Mm-hmm. Because we were expecting it, and he took it out. There goes the mountain lion. Get the game warden. Say like, oh yeah, managed to shoot it. Definitely didn't set up any traps. Just shot it.
Nope, traps.
No traps.
Traps at all.
And while, I guess, just for some small context, game warden came out, told him that. He was like, okay, so normally we would try and trap them and relocate them, right? Because it is a wild animal, and of course you don't want to kill it unless necessary. However, and I don't know if you know this, but if specifically big cats or other predatory animals find and kill livestock, they then have to be put down. Because if they learn that they can easily get a meal through livestock, they will continue to hunt livestock specifically.
They'll start targeting
Mm-hmm.
actual citizens.
Mm-hmm. They'll go
their
for
pets
more
and stuff.
farms, and it's really
Children.
bad. Yeah, they get really bold. And so this game warden comes down. He brings out he brings along some hunting dogs. My dad goes with him. They drive off, go like up the mountain that was right behind the house, and along their hunt, apparently it was a mother and her 3 like full grown but still adolescent kids that had been targeting not just ours, but apparently the neighbors down the road had mountain lion issues. And I guess they either never reported it or they never pursued it. So this was the second time that family of mountain lions had gotten somebody's livestock.
Yeah.
I can tell you, it was real spooky to go outside around those times because, like, well, clearly there are mountain lions around the property. And
Yeah, and it's like especially if you're a kid, you're small
Mhm.
enough to become food.
Yep, mountain lion chow. Yeah, well, well, we were like the first night back, we were waiting outside to try and see if we could catch them, see what it was. Um, my sister and I had been out on the porch, or I guess we had been rotating out to hold the flashlight because it was cold,
Yeah.
and it was at the point where one of us would hold the flashlight, and the other person would watch the other side of the porch, because it is not uncommon for mountain lions, when there's more than one, to do the typical like velociraptor tactic of distracting you and one goes around the back.
Yeah.
So one person had to be assigned to watch the back so we didn't get ambushed.
That's funny.
Terrifying.
Was that your end?
That's
the end of the
it.
story?
That's the end of my story.
Okay, I got like 3.
Okay, lay them on me.
I don't know if you want to.
Also, hello Toucan.
okay.
Hello.
So
Sorry for not saying
when
hi
I first
earlier, but hello.
moved
Thanks for
to
stopping by.
Virginia,
We're just
I
talking
moved
over stories, I
into
guess.
like
Mhm.
like a house with my friend who took me out here.
Oh yeah.
um,
Okay.
So it wasn't we're not at the apartment quite yet. But we're at like an actual house that we were renting.
Mhm.
And I didn't have a mattress yet, so I was just kind of like chilling on a blow up mattress underneath
Yeah.
the window on the floor. And I was there from like probably like 11 in the morning till since I moved.
Mhm.
But there was nothing on the windows. The windows were clean in the morning, right?
Okay.
And I'm like setting up stuff. I'm building my chair for my desk,
Mhm,
for my
mhm.
upcoming desk that I don't have yet. Building my chair. It's nighttime now. Nothing on the windows. There's nothing there.
Mhm. Completely clear.
My roommate, her name's Julie, so I'm just gonna refer to her as Julie from now on.
Okay.
She tells me we have dinner. I go out. I go get the dinner. I come back to eat on my mattress down here with my plate of food.
So small.
Yeah, it's just small. And I look up. There's a fucking handprint
Ooh.
on the window, and it's
Ooh.
massive. Like I told Julie about it, and we started measuring everyone's hands. Like she measured her hand, tiny hands. My hands are
Mhm.
relatively large, didn't fit. Her husband's hands didn't fit, and her husband has huge hands.
Mhm.
Whose ever hand this was, huge, and like the way that the smudge was, like the fingers were pointy,
Ooh.
and like the thumb was like. I think I actually have the picture. Hold on.
Oh. Yeah. I want to see this.
Search messages.
It didn't happen to be around October, was it?
I don't remember.
That's fair. I guess it wouldn't make sense in it because I was thinking maybe like, oh, if it was around October, it would make sense. Somebody might have like a Halloween costume and just on hand, and we're wanting to fuck with people, but it wouldn't leave a smudge like that.
It was in September. I remember now because
Okay.
I moved after TwitchCon.
So close, but not close enough to really justify it.
Yeah. I'm looking. It's really hard to look for the word hand in your RP buddies messages because we type that
Oh
word a lot.
yeah, that makes sense.
Here, window. How about that? It just so happens we type the word window a lot. You know what? Maybe it's in my dad's messages. I sent it to him. Anyways, while I'm looking for that,
Mm-hmm.
Now we reach for the sun.
fuck, I can't do two things at once. My brain
Okay,
can't
fine.
do
I'll get a good stretch.
From your body.
Ooh. Oh, I can feel my spine exploding. Oh, good stuff. Very good stuff.
Okay, you know what? I know where to find it.
Ooh. Okay.
I
Yeah, because
asked my friend to set it on Discord.
Oh, perfect.
Search Discord messages. We don't RP here, so it should be easier. Do you have the handprint picture? Yes, there is. Jump to the message. Yep, I found it. Save.
Okay.
Where are you? Bajel.
That's me.
Send.
All right, let's take a look here. Oh, wow. Okay, hang on. I gotta enhance this.
My chair.
Yeah, wow. Chair reveal? Okay. So it's a... Is it... Does it only have 4 fingers?
No, the thumb. For some reason, the thumbprint's not there.
Okay. It's probably just the angle.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's like, it kind of looks like the pinky finger kind of dragged down. Oh, my head's in the way. You can't see the pinky.
Yeah, I mean, I brought it up somewhere on a different tab just so I could look at it closer, because that's...
I meant for, like, history.
Oh, yeah. Skirt. There it is. Okay.
You can see the thumbprint.
Yeah. But I can't see... I don't know if I can see the pinky, because I see the thumbprint down there in the bottom right, kind of close to the microphone.
Yeah.
And then I see what looks to be the pointer, the middle, and the ring. But I don't know if...
You don't see the pinky? It's on the edge of the chair reflection.
Is that it? Is that like the diamond?
Yeah, it looks like
Okay.
that pinky part looks like it got dragged down a little bit.
Oh,
That's why it looks
that's
all-
why it looks smeared.
Yeah.
And that's... Was that on the... I mean, if it's from that angle, that had to have been...
Outside.
It's from the outside, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the real spooky thing would be if it was from the inside, but from the outside, it could be... I mean, it could be 101 different things. Were
Yeah.
you on the... Well, you said this was a house.
My bed was underneath the window.
Okay. Oh, that's horrible. That's
Yeah.
awful. Okay. So
You can see it's kind of cold too. Like you can see the bottom of
yeah,
the
the
window.
condensation there at the bottom. Okay. And it's not possible this was there before and this is just showing up because of the condensation now?
Like it was dark before I left the room and I didn't see it.
Hmm.
And I'm a very paranoid person, so it's not like I don't look out the window a lot.
Okay. Interesting. And that is a dirty ass hand. I'm just gonna say that is a nasty ass hand.
But I wouldn't throw this over to paranormal either, because I don't live there anymore, so I'm just gonna say where this was. It was Norfolk, Virginia, and if anyone's ever
Okay.
been to Norfolk, you know how fucking ghetto it is. My roommate's car got broken into like multiple times a week. Like it got
Nice.
to a point where he just left it unlocked because he was tired of paying to replace the windows.
It makes the most sense. Like if they're gonna try and steal something, there's not much for them. At that point, you know to take all the valuables out, so it's not like they're gonna be able to steal much anyway.
Yeah. So, like, the thing is, what likely happened is this house was vacant before I moved over there because originally my roommate, Julie, she lived in, like, a duplex across the street from this house.
Okay.
And we only moved to this one because I moved in. So what I think happened is it was vacant for a while and probably a squatter or some type of homeless person was scouting it out and noticed that I had my computer because my tower was just out in the middle of my room.
Yep.
And they probably were trying to yoink that while I was out of the room.
Because that's just kind of the ghetto area. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like... No, I guess I could see that. I was trying to be like, well, if I was trying to break into somebody's room, right, through the window.
They're in agile.
Uh-oh. That's a them problem. If I was trying to break into somebody's window, I would be like, oh, well, I would use 2 hands. No, it would probably be 1 hand on the window to try and get the sticky support to push it up, and another trying to claw around the bottom to get underneath it.
Yeah, probably.
But 2 hands, I feel like you would still have a good chance of seeing 2 handprints there if somebody was trying to get it open.
Yeah.
That's awful. I hate that.
Yeah. And they had like their neighbors of the duplex. They were like friends with them. They do the D&D sessions and stuff.
Okay,
And
yeah.
they asked him to come over so that we can measure the hand. Nowhere close.
Ooh.
Nowhere close. Nobody in our inner circle matched his handprint.
So there's no valid reason why somebody would have a handprint there.
Yeah.
Not that
Like,
you would know.
like, oh, like their friend group maybe is trying to prank me because it's my first day here, right? No. Like, even they were like, okay, well, we're gonna
We're
call
haze
cops
you,
and
but
set
not
up,
like this.
we're gonna set up some security cameras.
Yeah. Do you know if it ever got anything?
No. I mean, those cameras were stupid. They went off over like a leaf blowing. Like,
Like if there was someone to see at that point, then it would have shown it. But
yeah.
I guess they
I'm
realized
sure
it
once they
wasn't
saw
worth
the
it.
cameras, they stopped showing up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that really is what security systems are for. It's more of a deterrent than actually trying to catch anybody.
Yeah.
Huh. And this was just one of the experiences?
Yeah. I had another experience in this house, but it wasn't like it's like what I mentioned before about how I have a history of hallucinations, so I usually don't really assume that it's anything because I'm just crazy. But I can explain it. So I'm on a different side of the wall now. Handprint windows over here.
Okay.
New window that I'm sleeping under is right here. This is my now awesome bed with like supports and stuff.
Current bed?
No, I don't live there anymore.
Okay. Still in the house.
This is Virginia House, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
I'm sleeping. I'm dying, just chilling, you know.
Dying?
Dog. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Little Radar sleeping right here.
Little radar.
As Little Radar does.
Just big ears.
Yeah. I have a closet. You can't see it in this perspective, but I'm just gonna draw it for the sake of drawing it. I have a closet right here. Radar would alert to this closet quite a lot.
Oh.
So in the middle of the night, he would be like,
There he is. That's Little Radar.
yeah, Little Radar would be barking at it, and I'd be like, I just assumed it's rats.
Yeah.
Like, because this closet had like a little crawl space in it that led to like the pipes of the bathroom, because the bathroom was behind it. So I just assumed that it's rats, you know?
Rats, or he's hearing something in the pipes, just in general.
Yeah. So I didn't really think much of it. But, then a night happened where I'm sleeping and I wake up. I'm awake, that's my awake face. And I see smoke.
Ooh. Okay.
Completely full my room. I mean, it could be steam, it could be smoke, I don't know.
Just some vapor.
It didn't smell like smoke. It did actually, now that you say vapor, it did actually smell like vapor. But it was like my whole room was covered. But originally I did think that it was smoke. So I jumped up. Like the moment I saw it, I turned on my light and went to go wake up my roommates, Julie and her husband. But when I turned on the light, it's gone. It was gone. There's nothing there. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's a little weird. Radar was hiding underneath the bed when I woke up.
Ooh.
Which is not normal for him. It's normal for him now because he's old, but it was not normal for him back then.
Like when you had originally woken up before jumping out of bed, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Before I even woke up, bro was like hiding underneath the bed.
Ooh. Okay.
But like this was one of those experiences where it's like I have a history of hallucinations, so I didn't really chalk that up to be paranormal. But I don't know. It was just kind of weird, you know.
I mean, it's a strange coincidence that it happened the same night that Radar decided that being under the bed was a better spot.
Yeah.
Seeing as how he usually sleeps up on top, right?
Apparently, Julie knew the neighbors who lived here because, like I said, like she was just across the street in a duplex. Before she moved in, she used to talk to these neighbors, and obviously she rented from them. So
yeah, they can't be all that bad.
Yeah, so it's not like they're like doing satanic shit. Like she has a good eye for that stuff.
For satanic shit.
So. Yeah. But just
Still strange, right?
very strange. I think that was all that I experienced in the Virginia house.
Okay.
The Virginia apartment was just another ballgame.
Ooh, okay, okay.
The apartment, the thing is, like I mentioned before, I deal with paranoia and I deal with hallucinations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And living alone, I don't get lonely, because I actually prefer being alone compared to having company.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
also, paranoia does not care what you prefer.
No.
You know, it
No,
does
it does
not give
not.
a shit. So I just assume a lot of this stuff is just me being paranoid. However, the reason why I have dogs is to verify whether or not what I'm
Mm-hmm.
seeing is real.
Mm-hmm. It's a solid strategy. It's a very solid strategy.
And a lot of these things, the dogs have reacted to. There's only been one
Ooh.
thing that I know was hallucination, and it was like I just woke up and saw a giant fucking huntsman spider on my ceiling.
Friend.
Like that was definitely a hallucination. Um,
Did he have friendly
uh,
eyes?
look with your special eyes. I think I drew some of this.
Ooh.
Okay, we'll start with this one. So, I'm laying in my bed. This is my Virginia apartment. It's a studio, so there's not much. There's like a walk-in
cute.
closet right here. This is the front door right here. This is the kitchen, my bed, and then like back here out of frame is my computer.
Okay. That's kind of like the office corner.
Yeah. What was I doing? I think I was laying in bed, as one does.
As one does.
I was
Yeah.
laying in bed with the dog. Just Raider at this point. Don't have Hoagie yet.
Okay.
And then my air fryer light just turns on, and it makes like a beep noise.
Oh. Ooh.
And mind you, my kitchen's pitch black.
Mm-hmm.
There's no ceiling light. The ceiling light from my entire apartment is like right here.
Yeah. So you could see it.
Yeah, like also my kitchen has like those little doors that I'm not gonna bother drawing it.
Mm-hmm.
But the light comes on and it's very spooky. It's like an orange light. And then the noise, and I'm just like, what the actual fuck? Like, when the breaker trips, everything in the apartment goes out. So there's no reason why only the air fryer would pop back on. Because I would notice if everything else went out. Like the internet, the microwave would have made a noise. All kinds of gadgets and stuff. Like, it was just the air fryer.
Mm-hmm.
The light turned on, made a noise. I thought I heard like a cabinet door close a little bit, but I mean, they're just paranoia, you know?
Right, yeah.
Can't really say much about that. I called my dad, and like, I was like, hey, this like, I'm kind of spooked out a little bit. Like, I kind of want to tell you about this. And while that happened, my microwave made a beep noise.
Ugh, it's getting closer.
And my microwave's out of frame. It's like to the right of the air fryer.
Okay.
But this is the oven.
Mm-hmm.
Oven.
Oven. Is that like the oven hood?
Oven hood. Oh yeah, the thing that you like open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think anything else happened that night, but it was definitely weird to go to bed because
Yeah.
I mean, like, my dog, like, Raider alerted to it before the light came on. Like he like turned his head to look in the kitchen before the light came on or the beep happened.
Hate.
That was the only thing that happened that night, I think. And then okay, it's all overlapping. Okay. This was after the divorce between me and ex abusive man.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. This is his mattress that is leaning against a wall, waiting for his parents to be to come pick it up. It's been like a week. It's just in the way. Now it's being annoying.
As they do.
Yeah, and I'm sitting at my desk eating hamburger helper, dog begging for my food.
As always.
As he do. I'm like watching YouTube. I just threw some bread up here. And the mattress is leaning against the wall, right? It's like
Yeah.
at an angle. It's like at this angle.
Specifically so it doesn't fall down.
Yeah. The mattress pushes this way and then
Oh.
falls back down.
Okay.
Radar
Huh.
alerts to it, but he's a food-driven dog, so he looks back at my food.
I'm sure that's nothing. Anyway, hamburger helper.
Yeah. So that was weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember taking a picture of like the angle of which this mattress was at, but it didn't catch anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's no reason why it should move that way, because the angle was
Yeah,
this
if
way.
it was gonna fall anywhere, it would just fall straight down, like
Yeah.
sliding along the
It
wall.
would like flop.
Yeah.
There's no reason why it should.
Get
It
the.
looked like it got grabbed by like the corner up here too.
Oh, because I was gonna say like the force that would be pushing it, but if it's grabbed, that's different.
Yeah, and because radar is so food driven, I still cannot decide if I hallucinated it.
Because it's very possible, like, are you like you may have hallucinated to him recognizing it because it was just an immediate. Anyway, food
Thing
again.
is- The thing is, this is the front door, and I live in an apartment, so there could have been noise that he heard that he alerted to the noise
Oh.
and not the mattress.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
But it fell down, right? The mattress fell on the floor.
No, it went back in place.
Oh, and back in place. Oh.
Yeah, like the corner was grabbed.
Oh.
It was like pulled this way, and then it fell back against the wall.
Interesting. Okay, that does kind of change what I had been imagining. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely one of the ones where I'm like, I can't think of an explanation for that other than hallucination.
It's like I feel like I have these instances, but like I can't verify them because I do have a history of hallucinations.
Especially since your security system of
My
radar
security system.
was rather more impressed with the hamburger helper than the mattress.
He was a little preoccupied, yeah. I mean, there have been like other things too. Like in this Virginia apartment, particularly, I was like laying in bed,
Mhm.
and the same thing happened with like I woke up and saw smoke hovering like above me. It wasn't
Okay.
like it didn't take up the whole room. This time it was just above me.
Like a rain
Which-
cloud.
Yeah, it was like vapor smoke. It was like a white
mhm.
mist type of thing.
Okay.
That went away when I turned on my flashlight for my phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I do remember messaging wifey the day it happened too.
That makes
So
sense.
it's like
yeah.
I have like a paper trail of all these things happening.
Evidence that, in fact, you did experience it. It's just not evidence that it actually was based in reality.
Yeah. There was another thing that happened, and I think I told you about this one, about the guy that was like yelling, and it sounded like splashing in the water outside.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
remember
think I told you
that.
about that. And he was like screaming, like, it took my arm, help me, like stuff like that.
Mhm.
That was interesting. I still don't know if that was true. Like I keep like every now and then I'll look up like the news for Norfolk
Yeah.
and try to see if like maybe they pulled like a homeless man out of the water somewhere. Nothing. A whole lot of nothing.
Again, I don't doubt that that's realistically it probably was just a homeless man, right? He's probably
Yeah,
tripping.
it was probably a drugged out.
Mm-hmm. Tweaked out. I don't know if because I remember when you mentioned it, we briefly talked about it. I don't think 'cause this was still Virginia, right? Norfolk.
Yeah, this is the Virginia apartment.
It doesn't. I know it was quote like waterfront-ish, but I don't think that's. Was it saltwater or was it freshwater?
It was ocean.
It was okay. So it was saltwater.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible.
I'm fully willing to bring up the apartment on Google Maps real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
I
I don't
mean,
care
it's
if
not
you
like
show.
you,
I
it's
don't
not
live
like
there
you live
anymore.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're doxing yourself. But just while you're bringing that up, I do remember looking into it. I don't remember there being many, if any, reports of shark attacks in that area. So I don't
Surrounded by Navy bases, the ships scare them away.
exactly like that, and then it's also just generally sharks often don't come to super shallow areas like that, which it would be, or even close to the shore unless they absolutely have to. And obviously an orca wouldn't be there, and those are pretty much your main aquatic predators that you would want to be worried about in that kind of position.
If you want to show them or not, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. So my best guess is probably tweaking homeless man.
yeah.
That maybe
I don't want to
maybe
like
fell
describe
in.
where it was until it comes up on the screen.
Okay, yeah. Here, let me, because I have something for this. I gotta get it brought up then. There we go. I'll have to transition over here, but that's okay. There we go. All right. Oh my goodness, you're so little over there. I didn't even see you down there. Oh my goodness. So small. Just into... I'll double check something real quick. Hang on, I'm gonna double check, make sure it doesn't auto default. It shouldn't have access to location, but I'm gonna make sure it doesn't default to my location.
Oh, are you just gonna pull it up on your Google Maps?
I can, yeah.
And you can just share my screen on Discord.
Oh yeah, that works. It didn't alert me that you had started sharing your screen, so I wasn't aware. Bam, there it is. Oh god, so big. Skirt.
Yeah, just make sure they see like the C shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right down there.
So my apartment was like facing the front of Pembroke.
Mm-hmm.
But I could hear it. I can hear the splashing, and it was most likely over here, like between the
Okay.
grassy area and water.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, like, this is a whole like C shape, and it connects to the ocean. But we have like ships and stuff, and like boat clubs and like cruise ships that come through here.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like the noises and the propellers would probably scare away sharks. But it's not out of possibilities that a shark swam in here and went back here and got stuck in here and doesn't know how to get out. They're dumb.
Okay. Yeah, they're not the smartest.
There's only one way to get in and out, so it's like they have to eventually find it.
Mm-hmm.
But like also at the same time, homeless people sleep in this area right here.
Yep. So there is a homeless presence in that area.
Yeah. Yeah. But I look up, like every now and then I'll look up and I don't see anything about it, so I'm just
No
like,
body
okay,
being
either
pulled
they never found him or it never happened.
Yeah, because well, the thing with a lot of shark attacks, and I mean I don't think this is any shock to you, but just in general, is sharks don't usually go for people. According to what I know, a lot of the time sharks think people actually taste pretty gross, and it's not great. So they
Depends
generally
on the shark.
it does
There
it
is
does
one-
depend on the shark.
There's like one or two types of sharks that will target humans,
Really?
especially if they're hungry. I mean, oh, actually, you know what? If a shark did get trapped in here, it's probably hungry enough to go for anything.
Yeah, well, I guess they wouldn't have their normal. Again, it depends on the type of shark. Because if it's a smaller shark, they wouldn't. They could probably feed off of whatever the local fishing area provides.
Yeah.
But a larger shark wouldn't have their typical diet of, well, larger sea life.
Yeah.
So I could
So
see it
it's
being pretty
just-
hungry. Yeah.
Especially if we don't know how long it would get trapped in here.
Mm-hmm.
Because it could just be circling around trying to figure out where the fuck it's supposed to go.
And even if it gets out to
And-
that point, the boats would scare it back.
Yeah.
Huh.
So it's a possibility. The thing is, because I deal with hallucinations, I never reported it. So,
Yeah. I mean, it's
If
it's
the
fair.
guy's dead, he's dead. 'Cause
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if you had reported it, there's realistically nothing you could have done.
I do remember hearing an ambulance pull up outside. However,
Mhm.
that being said, there is a hospital.
Also,
like,
hello,
right
Scorpion.
here.
Hello. I'm
So-
I'm going over spooky experiences and stories. Huh. That's
There's a lot of old people that live in this apartment because the hospital's so close.
you know that makes that's fair. That makes sense.
So it's not like, even though I did hear an ambulance pull up, it's not proof that it happened.
Right.
because it could have just been like,
The real frustrating part is that because realistically, if something happened, it was a homeless man, nobody would report
Nobody's
him
gonna
missing.
know.
Yeah.
yeah, which is really sad.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Like the only people that would realistically notice would be the other people in the, I guess, homeless community, and they probably don't want to bother because they know nobody's gonna
Only
care.
2 homeless people that I saw that lived here, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would walk to work and take this path. There was a dude and a woman, and I'm not gonna lie, I had not
So,
seen
hi,
the dude after
Scorpion.
this instance.
Hello.
I
Huh.
only saw the woman.
And it's not like you could just ask her, like, hey, what happened to the other guy?
No, she scares me. She tried to steal my lunch when I was walking to work.
What?
I'm not talking to her.
Did she, like, try to mug you?
Yeah, she
What?
like she started the conversation off as like, "Oh, is your place hiring?" I'm like, "Yeah, like they hire anyone,
yeah,
really."
actually.
And she's like, she looked at my lunch pail because I use it as like a purse because I don't like carrying purses.
Mhm.
But also as like a way to have my lunch.
Yeah.
She's like, it's a pretty big lunch pail. You must have a pretty big meal in there. And
Okay.
I'm like, no, it's just my apron.
It's not.
like,
Don't get too
I
excited.
drink, it's like it's an apron and a water bottle. And she's like, well, can I see? I'm like, no.
Why would I
The
show
fuck?
you that?
And she started to approach me, so I crossed the road in
No.
the middle of traffic. I was like, get away from me.
You're not having my apron and water bottle.
But yeah, I don't talk to her, so she's
No, yeah, it's
Um,
probably a safe bet.
I'm sure she was hungry. She probably has every right to be hungry.
Yeah, of
But also, I didn't
course.
have anything. Leave me alone.
Yeah, it's not like you're a good mark. Like, choose better marks, realistically. If you're gonna mug somebody, know who you're gonna mug.
For real, for real.
Unprofessional. No wonder she's homeless. She
Oh
can't
my
get
God.
good marks. No, you know.
Canceled my experience with frigid bagel.
Oh, God. He made one
Also, hi,
insensitive
Scorpion.
joke. Yeah, hello, Scorpion.
But yeah.
Huh.
There have been like other ghosty things in this apartment where it's been like just minor stuff. Like I saw like an apparition or like a shadow or like more misty stuff over my bed.
Mm-hmm.
But
Does the mist does that misty experience happen often?
I think it happened in total like 3 times.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's
One
not a,
was at the Virginia house, 2 was at the apartment.
well, it's
and
not a
it
lot, but it's
always-
weird that happened 3 times.
Yeah, it always disappears when I turn on a light or use my
Mhm.
phone's flashlight. So
I mean, from a, pure devil's advocate, spirits, ghosts, schools, all real kind of perspective, the apartment having the most presence makes sense. Because if it's, highly populated
an
by old
open gate.
people.
yeah, it's
and-
open and open. Actually, I think the people who lived in my apartment before me were not old. They just moved apartments. because I remember getting their mail and them coming to pick it up. So.
It was their ghosts. Ah, the spirits of your previous tenants.
So I think it was an Asian woman who was a nurse at the hospital across the street.
Oh, that's a good place to live if you're working at the hospital.
Yeah, there's like a college for nursing and then like the actual hospital. So we had to fight for this apartment between college students and old people.
Both vicious. Just chomping at the bit.
Also military people, because the base was right across the street too.
The Navy base, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, well, if it's usually populated by older people, I wouldn't be. I mean, maybe not the previous tenants, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, somewhere along the road, someone didn't wake up in that apartment.
It's not uncommon for people to die there. I remember getting my mail and one of like a random dude in a wheelchair just kind of like opened up to me about his life story, about his wife recently died, and I was like, oh, okay.
I'm really sorry to hear about that, but also
I'm just here for my Temu package things.
I just want my knockoff sweatshop items. Huh.
Free stolen identity. Don't trust Temu.
Don't trust Temu. Don't trust Wish. Any of AliExpress. Yeah. Don't trust them. They're cheap, and if you're really in a bind, maybe. But you're giving them a lot more than it's worth.
Buy it with a throwaway PayPal account. Do not use your actual cards.
Throwaway PayPal account. There are services that offer temporary cards specifically for that, or it's weird, but I know if you can use Google Pay creates a proxy card specifically for purchases like that. So it'll have an artificial card number and everything.
I don't know much about that. I just know that that's how I found out I was getting scammed.
Through PayPal?
Through Google Pay, Samsung Pay, and Apple Pay. Because when I bought from Temu, they sold my info and signed up my stuff to Google Pay, Apple Pay, and Samsung Pay. And my bank, being a Navy bank, is very alert about that stuff. So they emailed me and they're like, you just signed up for this. Was this not you? And then I called my bank and I was like, yo, that's not me. Freeze my card.
Yeah. Huh.
And it happened at like 3 a.m. when I was streaming.
So you got the notification because somebody used your card to sign up for those. That is good. It's good that you're able to get that cleared up. But I know if you make a purchase through Google Pay, it's supposed to, at least is what they advertise themselves as doing, right? Is if you give or sign up to Google Pay to use it as a payment processing service, they're supposed to create artificial cards that don't link back to your actual stuff so that you can make secure purchases. Realistically, that's probably what they were trying to do. Because if they can't link back the purchases to your direct card, it might be like an attempt at a workaround kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe.
But also,
I just know that's all I know is do not trust Temu. They will sell your info. If it's not them using your info, they will be selling it.
Yeah, because that's a great way for them to make extra money if they're selling things for that cheap.
There is a reason why they have a lawsuit.
Yeah. Wait, there's actually a lawsuit against Temu?
Yeah, there's an ongoing lawsuit. Their company that they ran before Temu actually got caught by Google Play Store for stealing information and selling it.
Ooh, okay.
Which is why whenever people are like, well, I never had a bad experience on Temu. Like, maybe it's just you, like, whatever. Shut the fuck up. You'll have a bad experience when it's your time. Like, I promise.
It's like, as an overused example, it's like playing with fire, right? At some point, you're going to get hurt.
Yeah. The thing is, my bank is a Navy bank, and it has the word Navy in it. So, of course, a Chinese company is going to target my bank.
Yep. And I pure transparency, I have bought through Temu before. I think it was once. And that was specifically because I wanted a cheap, in fact, it's what I'm using right now, but it's like a cheap mouse pad mat, like the kind that goes under the keyboard and everything.
Yeah, I have one from Temu too.
Yeah, it's twinsies.
It's like a Sakura Blossom mouse pad.
Oh, I think I know the exact one you probably got. I was looking at that one. I got the cyberpunk purple like hue city because I thought that one was
Oh,
cool.
I think I saw that. Oh my god, Team of Besties.
Oh my god, that's crazy. But like I've only done it once, and I can't tell you what I used to pay for it, but I know for a fact either I didn't make an account or I bought it through a like temporary email account because I did not want them having my actual email address. Ugh.
My thing is, because Temu was so popular and because Google was pushing so many other ads.
Yep.
I was just under the impression that I could trust them because I
More
thought
secure.
Google did a good job. But clearly no.
They just care about who's paying them. That's all they really care about.
Yeah. The thing is, they have a lot of money to push ads.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily mean they're trustworthy.
Strong marketing is a hell of a drug.
Because, like, the average person is like, oh, I mean, if they can get away with all these ads and they haven't been called out yet, like, surely they're safe.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true.
No, clearly not.
Take it from me. And, like, people were like, oh, well, maybe it was something else that you bought from online. Nope. This was in between my divorce. Temu was the only way I was getting any of my apartment stuff back.
I mean,
was only
it's cheap.
getting Temu. Yeah, exactly.
Cheap,
It's
yeah.
like Temu was the only thing I bought from within 6 months. There is no way Amazon could have caused that. Like, because I don't buy from anything but Amazon.
Have you gone
obviously,
through
it's
any
a-
of the similar services like AliExpress or Wish?
I used Wish in California
Okay.
in like 2018. I didn't have an issue because I was broke.
Mm-hmm. There's
Just as
nothing
it
for
was.
this. They're like, they take a peek, they get through all your information, like, oh, it's not worth it. It's
Yeah,
just not
like
worth it.
my average in my account back then was like $5. So
Yeah, there's not a. Speaking of good marks, that's not one of them.
yeah.
I've done a little bit of shopping on Wish. I actually had the app for a little bit because I was like, oh wow, I'm incredibly poor, and I would like to just buy miscellaneous things.
I got a fuck ton of good art supplies from Wish.
I don't doubt
They
that.
got me through college.
They have knockoff products, but there's every now and then you hit a little gold patch in their knockoff items.
Yeah, like in college, I was taking ceramic classes.
Mhm.
Not by choice. I actually didn't like it. But my teacher wanted to sell like a bucket of used like tools, and it was like 10 different tools for $20 fucking dollars. Like half the
Ugh.
shit was broken down, still had clay on it from other students, and it was like, I'm not paying $20
Yeah.
for this shit. And like on Wish, I spent $17 for a 40-piece set.
Oh wow, and
And it lasted the entire semester.
Yeah.
I even went up to him at the end of the semester and I was like, here, you can give this to one of your students. I don't need it anymore.
go crazy. I don't plan on working with clay again. Huh. Any-
Fucking scam your students after spending thousands of dollars on your class.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Gave it to him, and now he's gonna turn a profit on it.
Yeah, he's gonna scam more people for sure.
Here, have this. You could buy this bucket of old, broken down, pre-used items for 20, or this nice 40
Yeah,
piece
you know what's
set
funny, though?
for 50.
Periodically throughout the semester, he'd come up to me and like look at my tools to make sure they weren't breaking down again. And I was just like, nope, they're still fine.
Still good. Didn't buy yours.
Still $18.
Ugh. I mean, yeah, I get it. Tools aren't free, and the school doesn't want to pay for them, and it's not necessarily fair that the professor or instructor or whatever would have to pay for them. So naturally, it would fall down to the students needing to cover the cost. But also, school isn't cheap. School is not cheap. Even 20
where does
bucks
this
is a
money going?
lot. Yeah, is it
Yeah,
going to the? Is it going to
like-
the class or the?
Like even in art
Professor.
institutes, like 40 grand a semester, right?
Mhm.
You still have to buy your own stuff.
Huh.
40 grand. What is that paying for? Not my stuff.
The opportunity and the experience.
So stupid.
By paying 40 grand, you're helping
A
to fund
semester.
the opportunity
You're
for
there
other
for roughly
students
6 years.
to be able to attend in the future. Because trust me, universities need that much money. Absolutely, they're struggling out
the
here.
owner of that university could be a billionaire within one student.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy to think about. No college, no university needs that much money.
No, they don't. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, somebody mentioned that.
Incorrectly.
Oh.
No,
That-
you said if I remember incorrectly.
Oh no, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah. But apparently, universities are one of the, I guess, biggest points of profit. Like, they have the best turnaround for people that are, I guess, in the higher echelons of the university, the ones that are really at the top of the pyramid, if you will. They're
Yeah.
making way more than they need to. Way more than they need to. And they aren't really doing a whole lot. They
Yeah,
aren't
they're
really
clearly
doing
not
a
using
whole
it for
lot.
anything.
No, I mean, I get it. There are a lot of people you have to employ, right? There's of course lawn. There's the general custodial services, people that are working on food. Like, there are a lot of different points that people need to be working at, and that's one thing. But none of the people that aren't just professors aren't getting paid super well either. Like,
Yeah, they're just a bunch of greedy motherfuckers.
like, labor is the most expensive thing for any business to run. Labor is inherently the biggest sink on a company or any big industry's profits, is needing to have employees. That's why you see a lot of outsourcing nowadays, is because a machine might be expensive, but it doesn't need to be paid every single day.
Yeah.
So they aren't trying to make sure that everybody, they're putting all their money into staff. They're trying to cut corners there. Where's the money going? We know it's not going to pay for everybody. Professors get paid pretty healthy sums, so I know they're getting a good chunk, but that's, I don't know. I know upkeep, there's probably a lot of bills that go on top of it, but they also get a lot
And like
of,
the computer labs are always out of date.
oh, incredibly. And it's not like, I don't know if I've been to a single campus that wasn't like, oh yeah, and this is the old part that hasn't been updated in years. Nobody's touched this part of campus for a while.
Yeah.
Just, man, I don't know. I don't like it. Not a fan. Too much money.
Absolute scam.
Absolute scam for a piece of paper that says you know what you're doing, when you could get the exact same education, or at least a good portion of the education, in independent
free.
research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't have proof.
Yeah, like, oh, I don't have an acclaimed university signing that I did it, but that's indicative of my knowledge, is that I got this. No. It's not, no. Objectively wrong.
Yeah. $2.90 on groceries sounds about right.
I know. I was just, yeah. Phew. I've been fortunate enough to just be getting small groceries for just me, and even then, it's been like
My groceries
$60
get stolen.
trips. Oh, right. You have to get them delivered a lot, don't you?
No, I meant like by my roommates.
Oh. Okay.
Specifically one.
Yeah. They're still being stolen. Just, you know who it is this time.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I
Well.
can't, like, every time I use the restroom, I hear my fridge open.
Oh, because you have
And,
your
like-
own fridge, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thinks I don't hear it.
Put a bell on it.
I've been looking at, like, fridge locks, to be honest.
I mean, I don't blame you. It is. I don't know your situation, of course,
It's a little bit ridiculous.
but it does kind of cross a line if you go into somebody's personal fridge to get their food.
Yeah.
Cabinets and fridge are full now. I keep feeling complete. Hey, it's always good to have extra groceries.
Yeah, it's like a big load off your shoulders once you finally have all that.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I recently moved into my current house, and I'm at the point where, like, okay, I want to do this recipe. It needs sugar. I have not bought sugar. It's like, oh well, if you want to store this, you need Saran wrap. I have not bought Saran wrap. I have some essentials. I'm missing so many others.
Oh my god, I downloaded. Wait, why did I say downloaded? Sorry, I was looking at a download. I bought, not plastic wrap. What's parchment paper?
Mm-hmm.
Because we were out for so long, and there were so many things I wanted to make, but I couldn't make it because we didn't have any parchment paper.
Parchment
I
paper is
bought some.
godsend.
And then my roommate made cookies, and he wasted like so much of it. Like he
Huh?
grabbed like a huge piece of parchment paper for the cookies on the sheet, and then because he wanted to make another set,
Mm-hmm.
he took the parchment paper off, put it on the counter, used another huge, unnecessarily large parchment paper for the pan, put more cookies in, and it's just like
You can just reuse the same one.
you didn't need to do that. You could have just waited for the cookies to cool down a tiny bit and then use the same one. Like,
Yeah, like that. You could put a plate aside and put the cookies there, and then reuse the same paper.
and it's like I'm not even the one who like used all the other parchment paper because like we used to have a roll of it of
Mhm.
parchment paper that disappeared because my other roommate, the one that's not guilty of being stinky,
A thief.
yeah, he used all of it for like his frozen pizzas and stuff, which is totally fine. It wasn't mine anyway, like whatever.
Mhm.
I replaced it, and now all my stuff is going away.
Regardless.
It was like $8.
Oh,
Like,
what? It's
I
not
replaced
cheap.
it out of the goodness of my heart. I replaced it.
Start charging per roll taken. Just like per sheet.
I bought more aluminum foil too, because I can admit I did use a fuck ton of that when I was making breakfast burritos.
Aluminum foil.
I made like, yeah,
Uh,
because I like to mass make food so that I don't have to worry about it. And I
mhm.
made like 18 breakfast burritos once. And I wrapped them all.
Wow. Hey, that is you mentioned meal planning breakfast. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, get that shit all done, and you're good for like 2 weeks. You're fine.
Ooh, breakfast. I don't typically like breakfast burritos. I don't typically like breakfast burritos because a lot of time they contain both breakfast sausage and eggs, which are not, and bacon, none of which are my favorite thing. I don't like many of those, but I can tolerate it with salsa. I will say breakfast burrito with some good salsa.
Yeah, salsa's great.
That's a pretty good combo. That's a pretty good combo. Also,
Oh, another thing that makes me mad. So he has honey, and he stores it in the refrigerator, and it makes it like
yeah, oh,
difficult to use. So
Yeah.
I bought my own honey, and I put it in the cabinet, and he moved it to the refrigerator.
that's not going anywhere. That's like
ruined-
solid.
He ruined my honey.
Especially since like honey's non-perishable, right?
Yeah, why are you putting it in the refrigerator?
It doesn't need to be
You can't even use
refrigerated.
it.
The one thing I think should be refrigerated that isn't is bread. I think most
Yeah.
bread should be put in the fridge.
I agree. It expands its lifetime.
Yeah.
And also it keeps bugs away.
Yeah, by a long shot, too. It makes it last. The only catch, and I did look into it a little bit, is apparently it gets stale quicker, but that's not
Yeah.
moldy. It is perfectly edible, and you pop that bad boy in a toaster, you won't even notice.
Yeah, I had the same issue. I had to start putting my bread out of my fridge because
Mhm.
it was making it hard.
Wait, Scorpion, you made 112 breakfast burritos for a band?
Oh my god.
Dear God.
Bro, my knees were weak standing at the stove for 18 burritos.
112. Jeezums. Oh, that is a good question. If somebody does a Toast, if somebody does a redeem on my channel, does that apply to you too, or is it all on me?
Just you, sorry.
Just me? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I figured I may as well ask.
My aura is specifically only for people who donate on my channel, so I can't be giving
I
that
get
shit
it.
out for
I
free.
get it. I get it. You gotta keep it a close secret. Closely
I'm
guarded.
an asexual. I get uncomfortable by this stuff, so it's like I want to at least make money off of it.
Mm-hmm. Gotta actually get profit. Not for channel point redeems that aren't on your own channel. That's fair. What about like hydrate or stretch redeems though?
Oh, that's turned off on my channel because they tried to drown me.
I mean, fair, but
I still drink a lot of water anyway. Despite contrary belief, I don't survive off of Dr. Pepper. It's too expensive.
really?
Yeah, I
Huh.
haven't had Dr. Pepper in forever. I have A&W because they ran out of Dr. Pepper.
Ew.
What?
Gross. A&W gross. I would say it 100 times. Gross.
Hope this picks it up.
Ugh. It did
I
pick it up.
opened
I'll
it
give
just
that.
'cause of you.
Yeah. Just so I'm on the same page, A&W is root beer, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, gross, yucky, ew.
You're gross.
I mean, it's just root beer in general.
A&W has given me great memories.
The soda or the restaurant?
everything about it.
Everything.
Yeah.
Man.
Whenever in elementary school, I used to pretend like I was sick because I didn't want to be there. My dad would get pissed because he was a single parent, so he'd come pick me up from school, and then he'd find out that I wasn't sick. And after yelling at me and I started crying, he would take me to A&W and we'd get lunch together and we'd get root beer floats.
Okay. All right. I'll
So
give
that
you
part-
that. I'll give you that.
That part of the memory was nice. I think about
Okay.
that.
Yeah. No. I can give you that one. But at least Scorpion
And then-
agrees with me here. At least root beer's gross. I know I'm not
You
crazy.
get root beer floats. Yeah. See, beer floats are good.
But that's why I prefer just like a normal Coke float. Like if I'm gonna have a float, why not have
Ew.
root beer with it? Just put some Coke and ice cream.
Don't you
Boom.
dare put Coke near vanilla ice cream.
I've done it
Don't you
before, and I
dare.
would do it again. I would do it 100 times.
I'll drown you in it.
Promise?
Waterboard you. You know what? I'm gonna waterboard you with root beer floats.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No. Oh God. All right.
And
I don't.
also, A&W restaurants also had like cool car shows that my grandparents would take us to.
Like full car shows.
Yeah, like every Sunday there would be like hot rods and like popcorn, like a parking lot movie screen thing.
Huh.
It was awesome. Maybe it's just a small town experience, but
It might have been, that seems like maybe like a local franchise working with the local town kind of thing. Are A&W still open?
no, they closed.
Did they? They
I'm
finally
pretty sure they
closed?
did.
Oh man, they still have their website domain.
Mm,
Find an A&W. Find a location. What's a good zip code? 1111. Yeah.
one.
Oh, it seems as though, according to this, there are. I can get an exact count. Assuming this is for maybe 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, maybe about 17, 18, 19, about 20 in the continental United States.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait, I need to know if the one in my hometown is open then. 'Cause then it's like a tourist trap.
Assuming it's not just trying to locate in a specific area. I think it's just like in what would this be?
We still have ours. We have
South.
two.
Maybe like southwest United States, kind of central. At least that's what I'm saying. I don't know what you're saying. Apparently there are a bunch in Colorado.
I know that it's popular in the West. But yeah, my hometown is two. Two of them.
I wonder if there's one
Two out of-
here.
2 out of 20. Let's go.
Hey. Let's see. Is there one near me? Actually, yeah. It seems like there are two relatively close. Huh. Huh. That's wild.
Are they open though? Because if it says closed, then I wouldn't count it.
Open today and
Huh.
open today. Yeah. Location
Wow,
details. Let's
that's
see.
4 out of 20.
Oh yeah, it gives me a full breakdown of their hours. Huh. Wow, lucky me. Boy,
Yeah,
do I
now
feel
you can get root
blessed.
beers.
Oh, yum. Yummy. I can get root beers
Oh
at
my
Taco
god,
Bell.
the root beer lollipops that they'd give you while you were walking out. So,
They just give you lollipops?
yeah,
Huh.
I don't know if they do it anymore, but like if you ordered in the store, you could leave with a
Oh,
lollipop.
that's cute. That's cute. This one where you
Yeah,
are
root
gonna
beer
burn it
lollipop.
down. Yeah, burn it down. I get one fewer. We don't like the nice round 20. Make it 19.
How are you gonna get root beer floats if you can't get it from the correct establishment?
Make your own. Then you can get the
That's
right
not the
ratio.
same. It's not the same. Some,
Ugh.
you know what? You know what I learned in my root beer float journey?
What did you learn in root beer float journey?
That some ice cream does not react well to soda. It turns into ice.
Really?
Yeah, that's
Like-
what I learned in my root beer float journey.
Huh.
Like straight up ice.
That's interesting, actually.
Yeah.
It just
I don't know
completely
if it has to
freezes
do
over.
with like. I don't know if it has to do with like the sugar or the caffeine contents
Mhm.
of certain ice creams. But that's what I learned. I know the Bluebell, like the bunny ice cream,
Ah,
did
Bluebell.
not like soda.
Interesting. I mean, I actually made a float like a few days ago, surprisingly enough. because I ended up with a surplus of ice cream somehow, and I've been trying to find ways to go through it, and I ended up like, okay, I just need to go through this ice cream somehow. So I poured some soda shop Pepsi with some ice cream. Nothing too fancy. Just it's basically just vanilla, but it has butter pecans in it. Oh, I thought that was gonna be an interesting mix. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Don't get me wrong. But man, did that stuff foam. That was so. It was more foam than soda.
Yeah.
It was like they love making it float.
Can we just talk about how we as a society failed the 24-hour Walmarts?
Oh, I forgot those were a thing.
I miss them. I miss going out at 1 in the morning and getting jalapeno poppers from their from their deli with my friend.
You and your jalapeno poppers.
Because okay, like after 10 p.m., they save the rest and discount it, or they throw it away. So you can get a really good deal.
Okay.
But they don't do that anymore because they're not 24 hours.
No, it was like like a year ago or so. I was with a friend and we were like, oh, we should really go to there's something we need from Walmart, like actually need from Walmart. So like, okay, we just go to Walmart, it'll be fine. They're open 24/7. So we go out, we drive like the 20-minute drive to go to Walmart. It's closed. And we're like, wait, really? I thought they were open. Apparently they just don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can kind of understand why. By actually closing, the company is saving money in a lot of ways. But also, at certain hours, especially in like more rural areas, there's nowhere to get anything after a certain point.
I think in large cities they need to still have 24-hour ones.
Or at least somewhere to get stuff late.
Yeah.
Most you could do is like a gas station.
I mean, yeah, like CVS too. They're open pretty late. They usually have like random shit.
CVS?
Like I remember needing ice cream once, and it was like super late, and we literally walked at like 2 in the morning to grab ice cream from CVS.
2 a.m. ice cream hit different.
It really do be hitting different.
When you're delirious from sleep deprivation.
It was either that or Jack in the Box.
Really? Jack in the Box?
Yeah. Like, listen, like I said, there weren't really many options.
I guess that's
Jack in the Box was always open.
Yeah. If they're open, I guess you don't have any other choices. But like, Taco Bell's open pretty late now. If you end up having a late night craving, Taco Bell's a great choice. Taco Bell, please sponsor me. Please sponsor me, please.
Maybe it's because of the Rona, but they weren't open back then when we were in college.
It was a relatively recent thing. They were like, oh, we're open until 1 a.m. now. Like I feel bad for the employees that are working those hours, but it's been relatively recent.
To me, I would love a night shift. I get paid, and I don't have to deal with as many people.
Yeah, I can't imagine they're busy at 1. I cannot imagine. Like that at that point, all you're getting are high clients.
Yeah, that's what I was like. People with munchies, and they're not that obnoxious. Like,
no, they'll come in like, hey, man, can I get like soft taco? No, crunchy taco. Crunchy taco. Yeah, just one. Like, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think I'd rather have a night shift. To be honest, if I had a car, I'd be only working night shift. People are scary, and I had to walk.
Yeah, people are scary, and I can imagine walking to a night shift job is, unless you want to carry a firearm at all times to a job.
Keep that motherfucking thing on me.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. You're heavy clipped.
Oh my god, I didn't tell you.
What's up?
I didn't tell you. Not a spooky, not like a paranormal story for the Virginia apartment, but like holy shit type of story, you know? I have 2. One of them's not as crazy. I think I might have told you about one of them.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you about this one. Okay. Walk-in radar. I might need to pull up Google Maps again so I can. It's easier to explain.
Get the spooky music again. There we go.
Oh, spooky music.
Spooky music.
Maps. This was at the apartments, not the house. This is Pembroke Towers.
A heavy kleptomaniac when they still have 24-hour times. You know what? Maybe it's better they didn't have. Maybe it's better they didn't keep the 24 hours. I don't think they appreciated being stolen from. I'll be honest. And you know, it reduces the risk of you getting in trouble for it, so that's a plus.
Show it from this angle. Okay, so before I put my little tiny person, also if you're talking, okay, yeah, I can. There's a.
Bam! There it is.
There. Okay. Anyways, there's like a sidewalk, right? And it goes from like stores and then the bridge, the busy ass road, and a sidewalk. So people who are taking this sidewalk are either coming from this area or like way back here, which all of this area is ghetto. This sidewalk goes all the way over here, all the way to my apartment for some reason.
Okay.
Instead of the light, it goes to the apartment.
Yeah.
Weird. And there's like back here is like the pool. Over here is like the loading dock where you bring your moving stuff and then bring it into the apartment. And then the parking lot over here, and yeah, like a grassy area next to the pool.
Okay.
You might be able to see if I put a little person.
Little guy.
Little person. Little dude. Come on. Get with the program.
Hello, Dr. Bear. How are you? How you doing? How are you? Welcome. Welcome. We're just going over some interesting spooky stories, I think.
I got this.
Or spooky experiences, at least. Ooh.
Oh. Let me in. Whatever.
You can't keep me at bay like this.
Okay, you can kind of see it. This bench that's in the next story.
Okay.
But I would come out of the loading dock from behind this building with radar, and we'd walk, and then we'd go behind the pool, these like bushes. We'd walk behind there, and then go back to the loading dock, and that was like our little walk.
Okay. Okay.
But this sidewalk where weirdos would come in, there was this large person of color who was kind of like, do you work on the ocean? I used to do pool jobs, but no.
Not quite the ocean.
No. I used to work at this pool, actually. Yeah, he would come down here, and he was kind of acting like weird. He would like stare at me while I was walking radar. Okay. And he picked up his pace. Oh. And he just managed to I was like right here. I was about to turn the corner with radar, and he was like right here. And I saw him lift up his shirt and grab a Ziploc bag. I had no idea what was in it, but I saw like white cloth in the Ziploc bag. Oh. And I was like, And I was like, nope. And me and radar, I ran with him back to the loading dock.
Yeah. No.
He kept going behind the bush. I was like, but he was like staring at me the whole time. It was so creepy.
That's a red flag.
Yeah, I was not about to. Even if he did attack me, guaranteed he would have thrown my dog over to the water.
Yeah. Because there's no way radar was gonna be doing much there.
Yeah. And that dog, you can't tell, but the current in this water is so strong. My dog would have been dead. Mm-hmm. And I can deal with whatever happens to me, but if that happened, this whole place going in flames.
Yeah, I'm gonna burn everything else down than myself, kind of thing.
Yeah. Ooh. And then I have another story. Another wonderful, totally not spooky story.
Park bench story?
Park bench story.
Park bench story.
Oh, they're in Agile.
Yeah, uh-oh.
I'll have to wait.
Yeah, I keep them at 30 seconds for this exact reason. 30 seconds every hour and I'm golden. Or every 30 minutes, I guess.
Wish I could zoom in more.
Enhance.
I want an actual view of the bench. Hold on. I guess while they're in jail, I'll look for images of the pool.
Just killed an entire Kodomo burrito. Ate it so fast. Oh wow. You know what? I hope the burrito was good. I hope it was a good burrito.
How do I see the photos?
Photos. Oh.
Photos.
Well, it's nice on the first floor at least. Entrance.
Yeah, the lobby is very misleading.
Yep, as you'd expect.
Oh, this is a decent view of the pool.
Okay.
This is the white bench right there.
Full
I
of
need a picture of the loading
burrito.
dock. You can kind of see the loading dock.
I'm
It's,
kind of
like,
jealous, I'll
back
be
here.
honest. Talk about
You know
what's
what?
great, but it wasn't
I'll
super
use this.
filling.
I'll use this.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. White bench is like more right here instead of back there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like behind the microphone instead of where it is in the picture.
Yeah, here, let me scoot that just that's where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting on the white bench while Radar is like sniffing around being a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep an eye on him. And this dude, and I still remember what he's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
He was wearing a red cap on his head,
Okay.
a blue shirt, like a blue t-shirt, not like a long sleeve,
Yeah.
and like ripped up jeans. Actually, no, he wasn't wearing jeans. He was wearing like green, grayish Fisher pants with like the many pockets.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Like the cargo pants.
Yeah, and he had like whitish blonde, scruffy, like gross hair.
Mm-hmm.
And while he was coming from the loading dock back here, like walking out here, he like slowed down a little bit when he saw me on the bench over here.
Uh-huh.
And his walk became slower, and as he was turning the corner, he kept like looking at me and giving me like the stink eye and glaring at me and stuff. And I would just kind of give him like the white person smile.
Yep.
And I like waved at him. And I went back to looking at my dog because it was clear he was uncomfortable and I did not want to look like a crazy person.
Yeah.
But fun fact, he was the crazy person.
Uh-oh.
He was like walking with like a limp, right?
Yeah.
He was walking all kinds of weird. Like he was walking like to the side. Every step looked like it kind of hurt him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept walking, and then you can't see it because it cuts off over here. Let's see if we can get a parking lot picture. I don't know if there's any. And this is the bench, right? I'm
Yep.
over here.
That's where it's actually supposed to be.
Yeah, these
Okay.
bushes are not there at this time. They're dead because it's like winter.
Yeah.
He comes over here. There's like a white truck, and he like goes in it for a second, and I'm like watching Radar because he's kind of being weird.
Yeah.
And I look back at him. He lifts up his shirt, grabs something from under his shirt. I look back at Radar because it's getting weirder. And note, when it's winter, the water's really high and it floods. This area floods like crazy. This whole parking lot is underwater
Oh.
type of flooding.
The lower end of the parking lot kind of thing.
Yeah, like these last 3 spaces at the edge of this parking lot is
Okay.
always flooded. And his truck is like right here, and the water is like right here.
Okay. Yeah. So you must have been like on waterfront with the bench all the way being right
Yeah,
there.
the water was like by these grills, basically. And I look back at him. He pulls out a knife from under his shirt,
Oh.
a bloody knife, and he
Oh.
kneels down in the floodwater and washes the blood off of it.
Oh, that's sanitary.
And he did not notice that I was looking at him, but I quickly looked away. I was like, I did not see a fucking thing.
No.
And when he went back into the loading dock, he kept glaring at me, and I just kind of like smiled at him, like, you know, as the white person smile, like, oh, I'm friendly
Nothing
white folk.
changed.
I didn't see nothing.
I didn't notice anything.
I saw nothing. He went back inside. I waited an entire hour before I went back inside because I also had to use the loading dock. But when I went inside, I went straight to the office. I was like, I need you guys to check the cameras like right now.
Yep.
And then they told me there are no cameras facing the parking lot. They only have a camera for the loading dock, so they only saw him leave and come back in. They had no proof of him washing off the bloody knife.
But that's like the place that you'd want cameras because people
Right?
break into
That's what I said.
cars.
That's what I said. And I asked him about this camera, and they said it's pointing at the pool so people don't steal pool stuff.
Oh, heavens forbid people steal from the business and not from the residents in
Yeah.
the building.
That's so stupid. I was like, are you serious? Like,
That's red flag number 1. Ugh.
I've talked about this story in like TikTok comments before.
Yeah.
And people are like, you should have reported him. Like, blah, 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 blah. Like,
He didn't do anything.
like I've reported a weird guy before at this building, and the cops did nothing because they said, and I quote, unless they find blood on the walls, they can't do anything.
Yeah, like that's the sad reality of a lot of spooky situations kind of similar to that is like even if someone's acting incredibly suspicious and doing some really odd things, unless there's
Unless you have it on
distinct
camera.
evidence,
Yeah.
the police can't do anything. No matter how much you might want them to or how much they should, they legally cannot. Because it's not a crime to be weird. Quite frankly, it's not a crime.
And the thing is, like, I was like, okay, so this is for the other story where I did call the police.
Mhm.
I was making Hamburger Helper. I was with Mecca at the time. He had his headset in, so he couldn't hear it. But there was this girl screaming, like help, somebody help me! I can't go back to him. I can't go back to him. Like running down our hallway, and I heard like the door to the stairway open and close.
Mhm.
So she was no longer on our floor anymore. And me and my neighbor, an old lady who also heard it because she was doing laundry.
Fair.
We both called the police and we were waiting downstairs. And when they came, I told her what floor we heard her screaming on, and then they went up to the floor, and then almost immediately came back down and said, "We can't find blood, so there's not really anything we can do." I'm like, you can't knock on people's doors or anything, and they're like, they just laughed at me. They're like, we're not gonna knock on people's doors at 10 p.m. at night. I'm just like, are you serious? Like, she was screaming, "Help me!" Like, the minimum, the bare minimum, is knocking on someone's door.
I guess the only argument that somebody could try and like, not a loophole, but like find a way to get them to do something would be to figure out who was saying that and perform a wellness check specifically on that apartment. But nobody knew who that was, did they? Unless it was found out. The only theory I have is like, I had a theory that one of our neighbors down the hall had an abusive boyfriend. Yep, that makes sense.
Because I do remember like leaving our apartment to do something, and I remember him cursing like at the top of his lungs. But that could also just be a gamer, so who knows?
True. I mean, that's a gamer right there. Abuser or gamer really could go either way.
Honestly, my ex-husband was both, so.
And sometimes they coincide. I mean, you know, it's good on her for getting out of there. It's awful that she had to go through that, but it is good that she at least seems to have left that situation, even if it wasn't under the best conditions.
I'm hoping that it was that apartment, because it did seem like she was finally done.
Mm-hmm. Like, she drew her line, she's getting out, which is good, and hopefully she's doing better now. Even if that wasn't necessarily the case, hopefully she isn't tweaking, I guess. Like, she's not...
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I hope she's doing all right.
But yeah, I have a lot of stories of this stupid apartment.
It sounds like it.
Both spooky and, like, weirdos.
Just weirdo. I mean, hey, it's all interesting
I remember
stuff.
coming back, and, like, me and Mecca, he was parking the car, and we heard this lady, like, at the stoplight, like, yelling at someone to get out of her car.
Uh-oh.
And we went to go, like,
Also,
investigate.
huge congrats, Scorpion. Congrats. That's
I had no idea
awesome.
what
That's
happened with
awesome.
that, but I guess someone tried to get it in her car out while at the stoplight.
Ooh. You think it was more of a road rage or, like, angry homeless person?
It could be, like, someone actually trying to get in her car, or it could have been, like, someone that she was arguing with in the car,
Oh, yeah.
But, like, it was nighttime, so, like, there wasn't a lot of cars.
Honestly, people freaking out at or around cars scares me more than a lot of other things, because those things...
can't see.
You can't see, and also, you can't... Unless it's, like, an open street ahead of you, you can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Like... if you're in that car and somebody's pounding on your window and you're at like a stoplight, you are trapped. You can't go anywhere. Especially if
I'm down to run over someone if my life's at risk.
Yeah,
Like,
if I have the opportunity, someone's coming at me, I will plow them over in that car. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But like if they pull up to the side.
If California has taught me anything, is that road traps, you're better off running them over.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's like
for anyone who doesn't know about California road traps, people I don't mean to throw this word around, but people like the cartel will put down spikes to pop your tires or force you to stop and turn around or just stop or move them, you know?
Just basically
they'll
stop
put
in
that
general.
there as bait so that they can steal you or your car.
Yep.
And a lot of times, especially if you're a woman, you will get trafficked. That's how you that's how you end up in the system. They will steal your car and they will steal you.
Yeah. So generally, I haven't necessarily experienced anything like that, luckily.
It's mostly in San Diego, so keep your eye out for San
if you're in that area. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's interestingly enough, movies and other media, like genuinely, if there is something blocking the road and it shouldn't be there, never get out of your car. Never, ever, ever get out of your car.
Floor that shit backwards or
Like,
run them over.
If somebody is standing in the road, if somebody is, if there's like a burning car in front of you, don't get out. Just don't. Just do not.
Yeah. The people putting these traps are not there to give you cookies. Like,
No.
they're trying to kill you. You might as well go out trying to run them over.
Yeah, like you may as well try and take some with you underneath the car.
But yeah, that's all I got for both paranormal and weirdo stories.
Well, I think they were great stories. It's awful that they happened because a lot of them are horrible. Especially, honestly, the worst, absolutely that white baggie. Like that's no.
Oh yeah, with the guy with the bag.
The guy with the bag.
shirt that
Yeah,
was
no,
coming at me.
no. You don't put white cloth in a bag unless you're trying to preserve something, and you don't hide it unless you got something to hide. Like, no.
Crazy though. Both instances with weird dudes, both people had something under their shirt.
It's a popular place for people to hide things, unless you have like a backpack or a purse. I'd be more worried if he pulled the plastic bag out of a purse that he was carrying.
Yes, you can fight them.
Yeah, sick 'em,
feel
Scorpion,
free.
sick 'em. That's what my moderators are for. Man, I'm telling you, was it you that mentioned the like guards get him out of here kind of bit? I've been waiting for an opportunity for somebody to come in and be weird or try and peddle some scam and just have my guards remove them from the premises. But I've been raring to go. Luckily, Saribot's been doing a good job of keeping it clean, but every now and then they slip through. Just like a hello. No response. I'm great. No response.
I love your channel.
I love
May
your
I
model.
offer some?
Do you do your own art? Just like, okay, well, I think I know what you're going on about.
Yeah, usually when they start the conversations like that, I say, yeah, I do my own art. And actually, you know what? I hate paying artists. I hate artists. I hate other artists.
I hate artists.
I hate them. Get out of my channel.
I think that's a good response. So far, I think most of the time it's just been specifically on like Twitter. You know, when you get the Twitter spam, I'll answer it just to kind of see what it is. Fuck around with them a little bit. Most often it's like, hey, I love your art. Did you pay someone? Did you commission someone? We're like, oh yeah, I commissioned. You know, I'm really happy with it. And they're like, hey, would you mind if you commissioned me, like, or would you like to update your art? I'm like, are you saying my art's bad? Are you saying you don't like it? Why would I need to update it? Like, why are you trying to update it? And they always like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's bad. Or sometimes they'll even be like trying to pivot entirely, like, oh well, I could send you my portfolio. I'm like, well. But if you said my art is bad, why would I commission you if you're coming in here and insulting me? Like,
Hey, this is bad strategy.
They have no clear plan ever if they're actual people. Like they're just like, I'm gonna tell this person, here's my stuff, give me money. Like, no, I'm not gonna. If I want art, I'm gonna come to you. You don't need to come to me.
I had to tell my moderators to just, cause like at this point they're not even bots; they're just real people. So like the bots, they do get filtered out because we have like a way of like having to accept roles and whatever, and they can't see the member list unless they accept the roles. So the actual bots get filtered out, but the real people, when they do manage to get in, a lot of the times they will have GFX in their Discord about me. So I told my mods, I was like, I'm sorry, but if they mention that they're an artist in their About Me section, ban them.
Kill on sight. Like, get the snipers prepped.
And that's why I'm like, I feel bad because like actual artists are gonna get bullied.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to get just executed. Taken out back for being actual artists, but like, don't put GFX in your bio. Just don't. Do not. It's so. I hate that it has to be taken away from real artists, but it's so synonymous with bots at this point that it's just better to not have it at all.
The moment they see your member list, they'll start mass messaging anyone they can.
Yep.
And it's like, you gotta protect your community somehow. You can't just let them in like that.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I have it. My Discord kind of locked down. It's a little annoying, but also I don't have much of a presence of people that are trying to get access to it. So yeah. I'm not too worried about it, but back whenever I used to play Jackbox Party Pack, actually, I would play that on stream every now and then. Apparently, there were a lot of hate raids going on around that time, specifically for VTubers, and I was terrified of having my Discord public, and so I just turned it off ever since.
Minecraft and the party games have a hate boner for VTubers.
Which, I mean, I get it in a way. It's a new thing, and everybody hates new things, but
it's little kids, like, their generation think it's cringy.
They think it's funny to bully people that are doing something different. Also, Scorpion, we're in the interview cave, obviously, with soundproofing. That's what the foam pads are for. And the beans are for toast.
Trying not to wake up the bears?
Who lives down here now? Welcome to the cave.
Beans on toast.
Exactly. Oh, beans on toast. Don't mind, the gummy worms are a little treat I like to provide, but the people I'm interviewing.
I just have like a little worm coming out of my the corner of my mouth when I'm talking.
Just like occasionally it flies out and you have to pick up a new one. Just truly unhinged.
I need a Dr. Pepper can next to me next time.
Oh, you're right. I'll get one prepared. Don't worry.
You can do your research.
Next time we have a little powwow, I'll make sure you have. You want specifically cream soda, Dr. Pepper, yeah?
Yeah,
strawberries
honestly,
and cream?
Dr. Pepper. Yeah, whatever you can get from the store.
Okay,
I know a lot of them are like out of stock.
I think I could pick something up. Can pick something up.
I don't think I've tried a Dr. Pepper that I didn't like yet. Like even the coconut and cream one was like tolerable, but I'm not gonna buy it again probably, but it was tolerable.
I will say this: I'm not a huge fan of Dr. Pepper, but I like how a lot of different soda brands are doing weird new flavors.
Yeah, they're like taking the Oreo route.
Yeah, like they're experimenting Oreo and Lay's route, really.
Yeah.
Although I will say, it was like Coke, League of Legends flavored. Awful. It was bad.
Oh my God.
That was bad.
Hold on, let me find one. Coke just upsets me. Coke, white, and
the Oreo route is in like doing a bunch of weird stuff. Sprite Girl. Well, Sprite's a classic. Sprite's a classic. Sprite's just unoffensive.
Copy. Okay, whatever the fuck this bullshit flavor was, made me vomit.
Oh.
It was so bad.
Okay, I know what you're talking about here. I wonder if I can actually.
It was so gross.
This bad boy right here.
How did that ever make it on the shelf?
Was this supposed to be like the space flavor, or was that a different one?
I don't know. I had no idea what flavor it was. I thought it was gonna be like a blueberry, like a berry flavor because of the colors. It didn't. It was so gross.
So just for context, this is part of their creations program. So anybody who's confused, Coca-Cola Creations, it was a new thing. I don't know if they're still doing it. It's been a while since I've seen anything. But like they were trying to make fun new flavors with interesting things. I think the League of Legends flavor was part of it.
This one, okay, so this one's called Y3000.
Oh.
Y3000.
But
Future.
The Creations flavors never actually. They have like a theme, but no actually listed flavor, which was the most frustrating part. Like League of Legends was just called League of Legends or like Gamer XP or something. It didn't ever actually tell you what flavor it was supposed to be. Same thing with that one. It's just like pink and blue, I guess. And then the space one, it was like allegedly supposed to taste like space, and it tasted like shit cotton candy. It was just bad. It was just bad.
Okay, so Reddit says that this one is
the pink one.
Yeah, find it. Yeah, this one's the flavor is black raspberry vanilla.
Huh.
Which, from what I remember, does not check out.
Yeah, that sounds delightful. That sounds like a delightful combination.
Yeah. It's really gross.
I wouldn't get that from the logo. I would not get that from the logo.
Like, I remember I had never tried a soda that was gross until that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like, that one actually made me gag.
Yikes.
Like, that type of gross.
Wonder if I could pull up the...
Don't know how it made it to the shelves.
No, this is zero. It was specifically... I want to say it was called Gamer XP, which was the dumbest choice of names.
With the word gamer in it. Usually, not very good.
Usually, especially when it's like a brand that has no association with actual game stuff. Like Razer products are pretty reliable, and they usually use the word gamer somewhere. But okay, I'm still seeing that the vanilla black raspberry one you were talking about. They love putting this garbage flavor on Coke Zero, apparently, which is the worst Coke.
Oh, I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah. Here, that gives me a moment here. I think I could just pull this one.
Never mind.
Oh, well, welcome back.
Hi.
Just drop this right here. Because then I can do...
Oh, have you tried that one?
Pow. This one. The League of Legends... I want to say it was called Gamer XP, but I did try
The brand
it.
design looks really good.
It looked cool, right? I mean, I looked at it, I was like, wait, this is League of Legends? The logo was cool.
I like the gold.
Just tasted bad. Bad. Was not good. And I'm all for trying new things, right? I think trying new funky things is cool. That was not worth it at all.
Yeah, I remember the Y3000. I got that on my break while I was at work, and I was like, oh, it's just so gross.
Yep. I will.
Toast is just that small.
Yeah, little toast. I did have to adjust it specifically so that you'd be sitting on top, but I like it this way. This is good. In fact, I wonder if, just out of curiosity, do I still have it open? Fugi Tech? Because I think it's on your end. I don't think I can change whether or not you fade to black or not. But no, you just fade to black. That's not my end. Anyway, I like that they're trying new things, but that's like they need a little bit more product testing. It's the exact same way I felt about the Baja Blast gelato I had today. Mm-hmm. Like, I genuinely do not understand how that gets past product testing.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Like, Taco Bell has like they even had a documentary on their product testers.
They really?
Yeah, I remember watching like a 2-hour video about like what it's like to be in Taco Bell the product.
That sounds great. Honestly, I'd be so down for that.
So it's not like they don't have them.
No, they clearly have a team designed to like, okay, we taste things, we give feedback. Like clearly there is a group of people that are supposed to do this. How did this slip past them? Like I'll say it's not an offensive flavor, right? It's not like you eating it and you immediately want to just punch yourself in the stomach. Exactly. It's not like you hate yourself after tasting it.
Yeah.
But it's just not good. It's not bad, but it's not good.
Yeah.
Exactly. You
Gags,
see,
pukes, and mouth swallows.
actu-
It's actually not that bad.
actually,
It's
this
the
might have
aftertaste,
something. When it mixes with the vomit, you see, it produces a whole new bouquet.
The acid of the vomit really brings
Yeah,
up the
the
flavor.
bile pulls out the lactic acid in the cream. Just, I don't know.
Oh, God.
Something about combining soda flavor with cream was just such a bad choice. Just such a bad choice.
I disagree.
What do you mean?
I think cream root beer and cream Dr. Pepper brands are 10 out of 10.
That's because neither of them contain actual cream. Cream soda doesn't actually have cream in it.
I feel like maybe root beer might have actual.
Root beer might. I did not look into root beer, but I know Dr. Pepper didn't. I know cream soda doesn't. At least from what I looked up. That was what the Jones soda was like. At least their recipe never mentioned there being dairy in it or milk. Since you say that, then you don't like cream soda. Well, I mean, cream soda is still good. Don't get me wrong. Cream soda is great. I like cream soda, but it doesn't actually contain cream. Which again, I'm still kind of surprised about because I genuinely thought it was the kind of thing where like you can't call it cheese unless it contains a certain amount of dairy. I thought like you couldn't call it cream unless it contained cream.
It does not have real cream.
What does it have then? Is it just flavoring?
Probably the same as a root beer and the other one.
Huh. Just like a syrup, like a cream flavored syrup.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite is a strawberry cream Dr. Pepper. I will say the strawberry cream Dr. Pepper was pretty good. I will concede on that. That one was pretty good. I don't get it very often. I don't get Dr. Pepper very often, but that one was nice.
You should fix that.
I did want to try. Apparently they have. It was peach or mango. I think it was mango Pepsi, and I did really want to try that, but I could only buy it in a 15 pack, and I didn't want a 15 pack of something I didn't know if I would like or not.
Send the rest to me. I'll chug it.
Chug. You just want Pepsi that bad? I don't blame you. Pepsi's great.
I just want
soda. Free soda.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure the shipping cost of metal cans filled with liquid is surely affordable.
Prize. I mean, I got Dr. Pepper off of Amazon for pretty cheap. It's not really worth it though, because sometimes UPS sends it and they don't like delivering to our address, so I had to spend Uber money to go get it.
Real nice, real classy. Also, yes, Scorpion, the strawberry cream was actually pretty good. It was actually really good. Those are strawberries. Oh. Well then, it probably doesn't contain any actual strawberries in there. Let's be honest with ourselves. There's no way strawberry flavored Dr. Pepper contains real strawberries.
Soda typically can't have expirational stuff in it because it goes on the shelves for so long.
Even if it's an extract, it's got to be like. No, I guess it's fair. Well, how bad is the reaction, right? Because it might be worth it. You know, playing with allergies, it can't be that bad. Is like throat closing up kind of bad allergies, or just like hives? Do you have any allergies, Toast?
Probably.
All right, fair enough.
It's hard to know. Like, I just feel sick after eating anything at this point, so it's like I don't know what I'm allergic to anymore.
Fair enough. I'm allergic to morphine.
I know that I can't use Dove products because it gives me hives, but it's not like a deadly reaction.
No, it's not like you're eating the Dove soap either. Throat closing and
also,
hives. Oh, okay. You get the whole.
Pesticides usually does put me in a pretty bad state.
Like pesticides you'd use on plants or pesticides you use on bugs?
I don't know. I just know that my apartment sprayed pesticides once, and the wind blew it in my window, and it landed on me, and I had like a horrible reaction for like 2 weeks.
Ugh. I mean, nature really said like, oh, here, have a gift of a breeze.
Yeah, like I'm talking like my tongue was swelling and my arms were swollen, stuff like that.
I wonder if that was a direct. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the allergy, or if it was just a reaction to getting sprayed in the face with pesticides. I don't think it would be good just for anybody to get sprayed with pesticides, even if it's secondhand.
I do know that my great-grandparents sprayed it on their grass, and I did not listen to the adults when they told me not to go on the grass. and I played in the grass, and I had to leave with hives all over my legs.
Yep. Ate some grass, you know, really get the whole spectrum there.
Moo.
Strawberry cheesecake is worth a life. And of course it is. Strawberry cheesecake is amazing. Cheesecake in general is. And your sister one of your pins before you took the biggest bite. You know, I can respect the chaos behind that. Here, have a pen. I really have an EpiPen on hand. I really want this cheesecake.
EpiPens are so expensive. I hope that cheesecake was worth it.
The most expensive bite of cheesecake you've ever had. But I mean, this is cheesecake we're talking about. Cheesecake is probably one of my favorite desserts. I almost said my favorite. I really like brownies, but definitely up there.
Oh my god, I just realized something.
What's up?
Talking about EpiPens just made me unlock a memory that I bolted away. I remember in my after-school program, someone was having an allergic reaction on the field, and it was just like me and like another teacher, like I wouldn't say teacher, but like guardian that was in charge of our group.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, but they like handed me the EpiPen and they asked me to do it. And I'm like 8. I'm 8 years old. I'm like, I don't know how to do this.
Aren't you the adult?
They looked at me like it was ridiculous that I didn't know. They're like, you don't know how to use this? I'm like, no.
What? Did you still have to use it, or did they take it?
No, like I ran to the office and got someone else to come out.
What? Why couldn't they do it themselves?
Hey, bro, like how are you not trained? How do you work with kids and you're not trained for something like that?
Here, child, have this EpiPen. What, you don't know how to use it? That's crazy. I don't either. You're dumb. Anyway. I guess the kid dies. You know, it's not my problem. Like, if you have the EpiPen, why wouldn't you just do it? Why would you give it to somebody else, especially a child?
I remember his face too. Like he was just so upset that I didn't know.
Another kid doesn't know how to use an EpiPen.
Like, do you think I work here?
You know, you probably just worked the part. You know, clearly an employee hired so young.
Hated that after school program. That was like some of the worst years of my life.
Honestly, I don't know many people that have good experiences with after school programs.
Oh my god, is that your wife?
It's Shiro. Hello. 2 breads in the same
multiple
room.
bread.
You missed the spooky, scary stories.
Yeah, we were talking about ghosties and like
creepy
people.
Guys.
Yeah.
All guys. I'll admit it was all
it's
guys.
mostly.
And one ambiguous handprint that could have been a very large woman.
3 hours.
Wait, you discovered you were allergic to strawberries, made your first ever strawberry jelly filled donut. Honestly, that was worth. I think that's worth it. Strawberry jelly filled donut. I think that's worth it.
If Dr. Pepper was that donut, I'd fill him up if he gave me Dr. Peppers.
What was that?
What?
No. Run that one back.
Anyways, hi Squirt.
Hey, guys.
Shiro. Welcome everybody.
Yeah, welcome.
My kneecaps are creaking.
Oh. Huh.
From all that dicks. No.
Yeah. I was about to say. I was about to take a jab there. I'll be honest.
It's all the baguette sucking.
All your time spent around.
She said that.
All your time spent around Mr. Pepper. Getting it straight from the tap.
I saw someone change their like water machine on their fridge to give them Mountain Dew only, and I was like, I need that for Dr. Pepper.
Wow. It's almost like have you seen Mr. Deeds? The comedy movie starring Adam Sandler.
No.
Okay. Well, not going into the plot or anything, but the guy gets really rich out of nowhere, ends up inheriting a very, very expensive, like, penthouse suite kind of thing. goes to use the water fountain, just immediately starts dispensing fruit punch. Like, that's the dream. Having a water fountain.
All right. I'm gonna say a controversial thing right now. Right?
Oh, okay.
Put me on a cross and burn me, but I think
Right.
Adam Sandler is annoying, and I don't like his movies.
I can respect that decision. I can respect that opinion. I don't have anything. I think his stuff is kind of funny. That's my taste. But I also get he has some he has some very consistent comedy style that doesn't change a lot.
It's just not funny to me. It's just so cringy.
He definitely goes for like the early 2000s Weird Out kind of cringe comedy. So I think it really, people lie on one end of a spectrum of either you think it's funny or you hate it, and those are there's no in between. Like, you don't think,
it's the same
some
with Will
movies are
Ferrell.
good.
You either think he's funny or you don't.
Yeah, I think he's a great guy. I don't know if he's necessarily funny, but he's a great guy. Yeah, that's the thing. If you don't find, I mean, what do you think about The Office? What do you think about The Office? You ever see The Office?
Alright.
It's all right.
Yeah. I think in terms of funny scale, I think Brooklyn Nine-Nine was funnier.
Oh, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was great. I loved Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah.
That was a great show. But I will say, if you don't like cringe comedy, The Office just doesn't work. So I think you just might not be a fan of cringe comedy.
No.
Okay.
I liked The Office. I thought it was funny.
Oh,
I
okay.
like the awkwardness of it.
Okay.
I just prefer Brooklyn Nine-Nine in terms of like entertainment. However,
That's fair.
I don't think Adam Sandler's humor is even remotely comparable to The Office. Because The Office is actually funny.
I'm not saying that they're directly comparable. I'm saying that they lie in similar categories, but I guess you used a better word than I would have. Not necessarily cringe, although there are certainly some moments that are heavy into cringe on The Office. They go for more awkward while he goes for more cringe. So I guess those are two different categories.
Are we in a cave? Oh my god. Okay.
We're
I
in
need
the
to
cave.
be right back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, of course.
Handle this.
Yeah, so, hey, guys, hey. Yeah, we're in the interview cave. I don't know why this keeps coming up. Yeah, of course, the interview cave. Yeah, obviously. I've been here once before. I don't have people come on very often, so I don't use it very often. But it's been here. It's been here. And, of course, like, the beans are for toast. The gummy worms are a little snack while we interview. Oh, is friendship with toast over after take on Adam Sandler? I think that's fair. What's in the bag? Don't worry about what's in the bag. You don't need to worry about what's in the bag. You guys don't need to worry about what's in the pouch. Okay? The cave is equipped for every scenario, right? The cave here is perfectly oriented to associate with anything the users might need. And that does include lavatory requirements. Don't worry about Hecate. Don't worry about Hecate. She's elsewhere. She's elsewhere. Somebody has to watch over the main. No. Hecate isn't in the bag. No. Somebody has to watch over the main, like, entrance. We're in the basement down here. Somebody has to watch over the entrance, greet new cultists that are coming in. She's just not here. She's not here. Is it monies? It is. No, it's that. I was just trying to find a good way. It's not money. But the cave is equipped for everything somebody might need. Lavatory requirements included. Next question. Yeah, Hecate. Yeah, she's guarding the front. Well, it's more like a heavy-handed welcome, like a Walmart greeter. That's kind of closer to the situation that she's working with. This is like hey, welcome. What do you want? As most Walmart greeters do. Nah, she's doing great. It's a good way to weed out the people that aren't serious, Good way to weed out the people that aren't really, like, sure they want to join. We only want people that are ready to dedicate themselves not just to me, but to what we hold dear. And we can only do that when people are actually coming in and they're serious. Oh yeah, no, those are. I don't even know. I don't think I've ever seen her blink. I don't think I've ever seen her blink. Like that, there are no thoughts behind those eyes. But it's a good intimidation tactic. You know, it's a really good intimidation tactic to keep the those that aren't serious out. You know, she does not blink. She does not. I've never seen her do that. Well, yeah, you got to keep the eyes moist somehow. You know, somehow. Otherwise they start drying out, and then that gets real weird. Once you rehydrate the eyes, they fill the sockets again. Exactly. And only the true believers can get past her. So it's a good way to weed out people. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but the temple here has a lot of winding parts that kind of work for a lot of different purposes, including interviews. That's what the interview cave is for. I'm still pretty happy with how the interview cave turned out. I made it a while ago, but Shiro, what's your zodiac sign? Oh, that's a good question. And they blink like. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Like a frog blink. I think that's the technical term for it. It's like one eye at a time. Frog blink. I don't want images. I want. Okay, yeah. What does frog blink mean? That's a video. That's so unhelpful. Not blink frog. Whatever. I give up. Yeah, see, Shiro, yeah, it's just comedy comes naturally to you because of your star sign, because of how the stars lined up when you were born. Yeah, I don't know why you guys are yelling. It's like echoing throughout the cave. I can't even hear myself. Just how loud you guys are being. Gee willikers. Alright, yeah. Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page. Would you guys believe me if I told you we were supposed to be playing Stardew today? I don't mind at all. I don't have any complaints. This is great. I've been having an awesome time. But originally it was supposed to be Stardew. But hey, I do not mind. This was a pleasant turn of events. It was, but things changed, and I'm happy with it. Oh! No, wait, Toast, you're right here. Please do not. Please do not. Please. Oh, no. No. I'm just gonna tuck you away. I'm just gonna tuck you away down there. All right. There we go. Please, I'm begging you. I looked over and I saw the slide down. That was so much better than I thought it was going to be. Are you planning to have a, well, I know you did make a chibi, but are you planning to have a new chibi for your for your redesign? Or are you happy with the chibi for Fugitech? Oh gods, no. I mean, that is typical Toast branding. We're not sleeping all day. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Toast. I mean, didn't you finish? I mean, I guess it's less of a redesign, more of like an update. I guess would be a more appropriate term. The chibi version of Buff You. What? So normal, just like a chibi version of you, just normal you. What do you mean you would be cute, Cheeto? What do you mean would be? Yeah, Toast already went through with it. Really cool design, by the way. I really like how it turned out. I don't know if I've mentioned that enough, but I think it looks awesome. Definitely looks more. It looks more like exploded Toast than the previous design was. Not that there was, of course, anything wrong with the previous design, but it gives more like this Toast has exploded kind of thing. You know, I like it. I like it a lot. Have to find something to do. Oh yeah. Did your friend, did it just not work out with your friends? They just a little too preoccupied, or they refuse to use digital art? Buff baby. Oh, of course. That's my Shido. A buff baby. That's okay. That works out. I mean, if you're looking for artists, I mean, there are a bunch of different platforms. I know if you're trying to figure out where to look, I know Etsy has a lot of good artists. Fiverr, if you want to be a little weird, and VGen, actually. VGen is mostly for VTuber art, but they have a lot of illustration artists. I would recommend. Oh yeah. Okay. I'll bring you up. Oh gods, go back down.
Puppies.
There you go. Here, let me put you back on the counter here. Just so you're nice and comfy. Write those down. Okay, I can write those down, Scorpion. Don't worry, I can write those down. But yeah. Have you gotten art through many platforms? I mean, you do art yourself most of the time, yeah? Have you gotten art from anybody else, or do you just do it all yourself?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you toasty.
Oh no, I don't pay anybody. I hate artists.
Hate artists. Oh, they're the worst. They're the worst.
Who's a good boy?
No, but at most I get like fan art randomly, but I don't commission people.
My goodness. Oh, like people will get fan art for you, or you get fan art?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I don't know if you remember him, but Shade used to commission people to like do fan art for my character.
Oh yeah, vaguely. I don't know if I ever really met Shade, but I heard about him. I heard people talking about like be careful kind of thing.
Oh. If I ever told you that, but if
Yeah.
someone else has, then it checks out.
Yeah, that's just vaguely what I recall. But I know, and then isn't I want to say, don't you have a wallpaper with fan art?
Yeah, my
Yeah.
computer's fan art used to be me and someone named Zendella.
Yeah. Okay. No,
But right
I saw it. I
now,
thought it was
it's
really cute.
My real life friend did fan art
Oh.
of my character and herself in like a Ramona Flowers type of.
Oh,
art
that's
thing.
cute. That's cute. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, there's something very nice about artists' friends doing artwork.
Yeah.
Like it's fan art is always no matter where it comes from, always appreciated, always amazing, right? Don't get me
cute.
wrong. Very like it's awesome.
It's like, oh my god, you thought of me?
Yeah, like oh my goodness, and you decide you really want to like that's really cool. But whenever it's like an artist friend that's drawing either you or your persona and them or their persona, it's like that. Oh, come on, stop it. Oh, gosh. What is happening?
Oh,
What is going on over there?
Donkey.
Wish you could draw, I just know how to write. Hey. A lot of people that know how to draw don't know how to write. So I think generally you don't get both. I think you get one or the other.
Hi, my name's Toast. I never learned how to fucking read.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Also, they put me in honors English. Don't know why. I don't know why.
I don't know how that happened.
The bar was so low.
I almost gotten yeah, I guess it would have been honors. I almost got an honors, but I was like, I don't wanna I don't wanna
The
do
only
that.
reason I failed honors English because I was put in a hospital for 11 days and my teacher
Oh.
was a bitch.
Wait. You wouldn't wouldn't that be a written excuse?
Yeah, so what happened was they told her that she couldn't fail me under those grounds and that she needed to give me more time to finish my final essay. And when I
Okay.
turned it in, she purposely graded it like extremely harshly. Like she gave me an F because of stupid grammar stuff that she normally would not have paid attention to.
Did she just
It
have
was
it out
just-
for you?
Yeah, she hated me like the entire semester. She hated me.
Did you ever get a reason as to why, or was it just for no
No.
reason? Oh,
She just hated me.
okay. Well, very, very.
We called
kind.
her Mr. or Mrs. Bitchney because her name was Miss Bitney.
All right. Well, with a name like that, you're
But she
kind of
didn't know
asking
we
for
called her
it.
that.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Like,
I called her that after she failed me.
of course. But I'm just saying, with a name like that,
And my
it writes
stepsister-
itself.
My stepsister, she went to the same high school, and she messaged me one day and told me that Miss Bitchney died from a heart attack.
Oh,
And I
God.
was just like, oh no. Anyways,
Oh man.
I guess.
that's
Oh
so
no,
sad.
does she have any essays that she wants me to grade?
Like, oh, she died, so I can't get a. Oh man, like there's no revisions, kind of like can't be.
Yeah, can I get my essay looked at real quick?
No, I can't get it reviewed. No, okay. Oh man, that's really sad. Anyway,
Yeah.
some people, I don't get why they're in. Why am I blanking? What's called instructional positions? Like they clearly
thing
don't like
is-
it.
It was just me.
It was
like-
just you.
Like, I mean, to be fair, I was like I dyed my hair type of emo kid, you know? Like, kept my head down, didn't talk to anybody.
sad.
And she was like, and she was one of those teachers that like hated sad people and also flirted with the boys.
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
She was like, she had favorites, and it just also happened to only be boys.
Was it like athletic boys or just every boy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Athletic boys.
that's a big uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's a big uh-oh.
She was a weirdo, for sure.
Yikes. Yeah, I think, well,
If I fight
actually,
her,
you
she's dead.
yeah, you can't fight her. Well, you could try, but you'd
Miss
win.
Bitchney's dead.
you would win. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
she's
you
the-
can see why I don't give a shit that she had a heart attack.
Yeah, no, I think someone like that should not be in that position. I'm just if somebody's flirting around with students, no, just no.
I remember at
Just
the beginning
no.
of the beginning of the year, she told everyone in the class that if you wanted to like be on her good side, to like bring her candy, like like king
Bribe
size
her.
Butterfingers,
Like actually bribe her.
basically. And I came with like 3 of them, and she still treated me like shit the entire year. So
You gave her the wrong kind, obviously.
she asked for Butterfingers.
No, not.
I gave her some.
Why did she have to go and disgrace the good name of Butterfingers? Butterfingers are objectively the best candy bar.
Okay, but objective, sure.
Yeah, objectively. There's no argument that can be had. Are you saying there's another one that should be considered better?
Yeah, Kit Kats.
Kit Kats.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually used to really like Kit Kats, but it got to the point where I would eat them and I got a headache, and I don't know why. I have no idea
I
where that came
get-
from.
I have an addictive personality, so
Okay.
from middle school to like sophomore year, everyone knew that my addiction was Swedish Fish. So every year, my birthday, they'd get like the 20-pound Swedish Fish bags from Walmart, and I'd get like 7 of them in one day. Like I had an absurd amount of Swedish Fish.
Swimming in sea Swedish fish.
Yeah, and then because I kept getting so much of them, my new favorite candy was Kit Kat.
Yep. I had one distinct memory. Also, Twix are way low on the scale there, Scorpion. I hate to break it to you. Twix are so low down
I like-
there.
No, I like Twix. I like Twix. I get excited when I see them in like the Halloween
I mean,
bags.
they label themselves as the cookie candy bar, and they're just not. They're just not.
You know what? You know what I don't like?
What don't
Almond
you like?
Joys.
What don't you like? Really? I mean,
Disgusting. To be fair, I have mentioned before, I hate nuts.
yeah. Well,
They're gross.
you're our ace.
That does make sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
that does
checks
check
out,
out
checks out.
actually.
Well, I mean, I don't have a particular like for Almond Joy, but they're not bad. You know, they're like, there's one thing we can all agree on, right? And that's Werther Originals are great.
What'd you call me?
Right?
Why's my couch floating? What'd you say to me?
Werther Originals.
What is that?
The little
We are the originals? Is that what you
Werther.
said?
I think it's
Werther. Spell it.
Whether. I'm gonna double check that.
H-E-T-H.
Or R-T-H-E-R, I think. Werther? No. Originals. Just so I can get it right. Oh, there's no H. W-E-R.
Oh, the grandma candy.
Yeah, the grandma candy. Just straight
Yeah, I like those.
caramel.
I like those.
What do you
I
mean
like
I'm letting you
the-
down?
Hold on. You know the strawberry ones? The other grandma candy?
Yeah, the ones that look like strawberries, like the wrapper.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah,
about
like
those.
the ones that like the banks would hand out.
The
to
cough
old people.
drops.
Yeah. That's like the staple.
That is the old
Werther's
candy.
and the strawberry ones. Yeah.
I honestly I can't remember having those too many times. What are those? What?
We need to have more podcast streams.
I like it. I like it a lot actually.
Yeah, this has been fun.
this is great. Strawberry candy wrapper. Just have just like a straight podcast where we talk about nothing. They're called Arker Strawberry Buds. Or Assorted Sweet Delights, I guess. Huh. They really do just look like cough drops. Like, they look identical.
I mean, the Werther's ones look like cough drops too. They look like the Ricola cough drops.
Maybe it's just because I distinctly recognize them as
Ricola.
caramel. Strawberry bonbons are what they're called. Really? Is that what they're called? Strawberry bonbons? That's never what I would thought a bonbon would. Strawberry bonbon. Oh. You were right, actually. You were correct, Shido. Wow. How do you know that?
Well,
How do you know that?
Correct.
You grandma? Secretly? By heart, because you've looked it up so many. Oh, fair enough. Oh, Strawberry Bonbon Russell Stover. They have premium grandma candy.
Ooh, premium.
Ooh.
Someone's grandma. Premium. Okay, come on. You can't tell me that these don't look similar.
Yeah, I mean, like, let me get a look at these. Yeah, let me bring it up so everybody else can see as well. I think it's only fair.
You're calling the other ones cough drops, but these look exactly like cough drops.
So this is obviously cough drop. These are the Ricola. Were the originals. I will say the pictures they're giving aren't helping, because from what I remember, Were the Originals are typically a little bit darker. I guess I could be misremembering, but they're not honey, which is what these are aimed for. The cough drops are aimed to be honey. These are just drops of caramel. That's all they are. That's all they will ever be, is just straight caramel. And I love them for it.
This one's the darker version of Werther's, if that's what you're thinking of.
No, but that actually does look pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That actually looks pretty good. Coffee flavored? Ooh, coffee caramel.
Oh,
Ooh.
I've tried the coffee kind. It's really good.
They look great. They look really nice, actually. What are your thoughts on toffee? What are your thoughts on toffee?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I'm not a fan.
I've learned I actually really like toffee. I think it's.
I don't like food that's annoying to eat, which is why I didn't like steak for so long.
Is that why you don't like Butterfingers?
I didn't say I didn't like Butterfingers.
No.
I just don't prefer them. See, the thing is with Kit Kats, like, if you want it to be an easy thing, you can just take a bite. And it's like, it breaks apart so easily, and it's so good, and it melts in your mouth. But, also, if you want to, like, work for it, you can, like, bite off the edges, and that's why I find it's fun.
Okay, you can have a little game with it. I can see that. I kind of, similar to your...
Oh, bad Jill.
Yeah. Similar to your being overwhelmed with Swedish Fish Story, I ended up in a position where I had way too... I used to really like Kit Kats. They were actually some of my favorite for a while. But it got to the point where I was overloaded with them. Super simple, super short, super sweet. But quite simply, back when I must have been in like single digits, right? I was young. So like about a month ago. I was put into it must have been like a Sunday school thing when I was really really young. And for whatever reason I was there. I remember it was great because I didn't really care about what they were trying to teach, but I was really excited because they had Pokemon colored crayons. And I remember they had a Vaporeon blue that I was really excited about because Vaporeon was my favorite Pokemon at the time. And I was just like, okay, well, this is great. I'm having a good time. Comes closing time. People are leaving. Kids are being picked up, waiting through. And eventually I don't get picked up. And I start getting confused, a little worried. And turns out my mom, who was supposed to be picking me up, had slipped on her way there as it had been raining and broke her knee.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I was taken to the hospital. My dad had to come pick me up. It was it was concerning, but it was manageable. We got through it. And if to anybody who's ever broken a bone or had any injury of similar caliber, you know that the longest part is the rehabilitation. Is that the right word? The physical therapy, PT. Because that you gotta work the muscles again after they're kind of put out of commission after the break or the injury. So every week, my mom would go to a specialist to get physical therapy. And every time we would go, because she had to take us, my dad was working, so he couldn't take us. So my sister and I, we had to go with them. We went with her to this physical therapy, and when we went, we got a little treat. And that treat happened to be Kit Kats. And so every time we ended up going to physical therapy, it was Kit Kat after Kit Kat. To the point where I was just like, I don't really feel like having Kit Kats anymore. I don't really like Kit Kats anymore. I had too many. Also,
Need
yes,
more.
to kind of circle back, Scorpion, I get it. Your fiance is great. He's a great guy. You don't have to make him food. You know, you could if you really want to do something, you treat him to some delicious Taco Bell. I know how much you love it.
Look, the standard in every couple's household is to go grocery shopping and then immediately order fast food. That's like the standard.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Just like, man, I'm glad we did this. Anyway,
Anyways.
Domino's.
Yeah.
Broken your tailbone. Tailbone injuries aren't. I mean, it's not great. I'm not saying that they're lesser than any other injury, but I know those ones aren't the worst necessarily.
Really? The opposite.
I know they hurt. I know they hurt a lot, but at least you don't
Yeah.
like lose the ability to walk or can't hold things.
I mean, it all affects your tailbone. Like every
Yeah.
action affects back there. Like walking, picking up stuff, sitting, laying down. Like you're basically feeling that pain 24/7.
Does it completely prevent like movement? Because I
You
genuinely.
can still do it, but it hurts like hell. 'Cause,
Okay.
like every muscle is connected to your
Yeah.
spine.
Okay, so I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't hurt. Yeah, that's the big thing. I mean, in my defense, all I've ever had was I broke my leg, and I could not walk at all. So that's kind of my baseline is like if you can walk, it's better off. But I can't say I've experienced tailbone injuries.
Injury before that was like. Have you ever been in so much pain that you threw up? Because that's what it's like.
No, but I did. I was
Like-
in so much pain. I was into shock.
Uh,
That was fun.
anyways, I sent you a bucket of cheese balls.
Yeah,
Thoughts on
I
cheese balls?
see that. I feel like there are better cheese snacks than
Okay,
cheese
but we're talking about
balls.
the bulk. We're talking about bulk.
bulk.
In terms of a bulk snacking, cheese balls are where it's at.
I
Or at
don't
least they
know.
used to be. Because of shrinkflation, they're no longer worth the price.
That is
But they
true,
used
yeah.
to be. They used to be like the snack.
I don't know. I feel like the few times I haven't had them very often. My household never had them, so I didn't really ever have them growing up. But the few times I did have them, they left like this weird film feeling in my mouth.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's really not.
Snack for later.
That's why I hate. That's why I hate artificial sugar. Like I cannot drink like zero sugar or like diet drinks because they use most of the time it's aspartame, and that stuff just sticks to my mouth and it feels bad.
Wanna know something?
What's up? What's up?
I cannot tell the difference.
Really?
Yeah.
At all?
My taste buds can't tell the difference between like actual sugar and zero sugar sodas.
I just every time there have been several instances where I'm like maybe a friend brings something to me and they're like, oh hey, here, I really like this, here you could try some. I'm like, oh yeah, sure, that's if you like it, that sounds great. I take a sip, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's fine. But is this like zero sugar? Is this like diet?
It's only for dark sodas. I can tell the difference for like Sprite or like Mountain Dew. It's only for dark sodas. I used to have this thing though, growing up, where I couldn't tell the difference between any dark soda. If it wasn't root beer, everything else tasted the same to me.
Huh.
But I also grew up on Sprite and root beer, so our dad didn't let us have any other soda.
Sprite. Sprite and root beer.
Yeah. Because I guess in terms of like sugar and caffeine intake, it's like the lesser of the sodas.
Yeah, I think more often than not, root beer is typically caffeine free, and that's one of the main things with Sprite as well.
Yeah, so he only let us have those two whenever we have fast food.
Interesting.
Or any food.
I mean, I can understand it from a parent's perspective if you don't want your kid having caffeine, but I never actually got affected by caffeine. Like, it's never... I don't get how people feel energized after, like, a cup of coffee or tea or soda.
I would have no idea what I was like having caffeine as a kid.
Because you never had it. That's fair.
So
well,
I think my dad just wasn't taking any chances because he was a single parent for so long. And he was not about to deal with it.
No, I mean, that's a fair play. It's a fair strategy. But even now, I don't get any... Like, I don't know why people get energized from caffeine. I mean, I understand that chemically, but personally, I don't know. It doesn't do anything.
You and Bagel has ADHD.
No. Nuh-uh.
Undiagnosed.
It's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, anyway, squirrel.
Yeah, whoa. Whoa. Sorry, my ADHD took over and I completely forgot what we were talking about.
Oh my god, not the fucking voice.
Oh yeah, I could bring out the voice. Because I'm a middle-aged white guy.
You sit in the mirror and practice it?
No, it just comes naturally.
Baka.
Baka? Just you lean way too much into it. It's also so close to, like, it's not perfect, obviously. If I tried more, I'm sure I could maybe pull off a better one, but that voice in particular is so close to Sonic impression, so it's like, gotta go, chili dogs, just like shit like that.
So what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, our next topic. I don't know how long you're gonna be going, or if you want to kick me out of here.
I'm kind of just vibing.
Yeah. So our next topic will be games, lost media games.
Ooh, lost media. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let me send you one that I grew up on, and I need to know if you've played it before.
All right. I'm closing my eyes. I'm envisioning the Mind Palace is open. The pearly gates have spread.
What's your age difference?
How old are you?
I'm turning 27 in November.
Well, it's more than 5 years.
Might be difficult.
No, there's a good chance. Ooh.
Have you played Fusion Frenzy?
I have not. I feel like I've seen it though.
Yeah, here's a picture of the actual game, or at least one of the, because it's like party games before party games happened. There's like different types of games that you can play multiplayer.
That looks familiar.
Put it on the screen so your people can.
Yeah. I was actually kind of just pulling it up. There it is. That looks so familiar. Here, I'll even bring up the Fusion Frenzy. I did not. So specifically Xbox, like original Xbox platform, my household never owned an original Xbox, but
fuck that game.
but my cousin did. So I was very, very vaguely familiar with the original Xbox, but I never actually owned any original Xbox games. So this was just
Yeah,
like
my brother used to beat me with this one too.
Was it just like a Microsoft version of, or I guess, was Xbox owned by it was owned by Microsoft at that point.
Yeah, this was the original Xbox.
Yeah, okay. So was it like Microsoft's attempt at Mario Party?
I don't know.
No.
I just know that you could play it with multiple people. My brother,
Huh.
my uncle, me, we all played it together.
On a similar vibe, right? Let me see if I can pull it up, because there was a game. There's just a little bit of a story attached to it, but whenever I was much younger, I lived in Oklahoma. Actually, I lived in Oklahoma before I even lived in Montana. I lived in Oklahoma.
But from one nowhere to another.
It was kind of, well, we actually this was the first time I had ever lived in like pure suburbs, right? We lived in suburban Oklahoma. So it was the first time I really had like neighbors on the other side of the fence at all times, surrounded by different houses, right? Hang on, GameCube. There we go. And it just so happened that I was a very outdoorsy kid at that time, right? We had friends on all sides, like there were friends across the street. It was great. It was great. However, I didn't really know the people that were around our house. Like I never really actually got to know the neighbors that were behind like in the backyard attached area, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never got to know anybody until I met, or kind of climbing along the fence doing whatever, I met a very nice young girl.
Oh. The plot thickens.
Truly, I met this very nice young girl. She was great. We hung out across the fence, like we would just talk.
I know, chat. Bagel talk to a woman.
I know, I can't believe it happened myself. And eventually, after chatting for a couple, like for like a week or so, she's like, "Oh, you want to come hang out? You want to come play games?" Like, "Oh yeah, sure, that sounds great." So actually, I think I just hopped over the fence. Like, I think I just hopped the fence and went over and went into her living room, right? We were like, okay. And she pulled up this weird box that I had never seen before. That was a GameCube. And this isn't necessarily a GameCube version, but on that was a very particular game with characters I recognized. I recognized the characters in the game, but I didn't know what it was. It was Loons, The Fight for Fame, which was a Looney Tunes kind of like I'm trying to think of the right word, like a room brawler game. Like it wasn't Smash Bros. It wasn't 2D. It was 3D. You'd run around the room and you could pick up weapons and attempt to, I guess at that point it would be knock out the other players, and they'd respawn and they'd try to do the same. It was like a death match kind of thing. And that was the first and only time I had ever played that game. And I had been looking for it for years. Because surprisingly enough, there are a lot of Looney Tunes branded games with similar ideas. And I only recently stumbled into it. And I've been so desperate to try and play it again just to relive, like, okay, what was the game like? It's to the point where I don't really remember. And I'm trying to see if I could pull up a good image of what the gameplay vaguely looked like.
I found another
contender
to 90s game.
Let's see. It was right. Yeah, this would be a good example of just kind of what the game looked like. But yeah, she was nice. I really liked hanging around with her. One day she kind of just moved away and I never saw her again. She didn't even say she was leaving.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, because we weren't like casual, oh, I'll go across the street and hang out. We were just like, if somebody was on the other side of the fence, we'd talk kind of friends.
Yeah.
And so she moved and I never saw her again. But that was the first time I can actually remember ever hugging a girl that wasn't family.
Oh my god, his first hug.
Yeah, truly. I don't remember her name, but she was cool. It's you? You were the girl. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
What? That's crazy.
Star-crossed neighbors.
Reunited at last.
Are you done with your game?
Yeah, that's it. That's the one that really stuck out to me. Okay, this looks kind of sick. This looks
so
kind of
fun.
sick. Metal arms with a bonus strategy guide inside. Remember when games used to have those? Remember when they actually had
Y'all
cool
remember
stuff in the cases?
Any of you guys remember Blockbuster? Or
I
any of you old enough to deal with Blockbuster
went to Blockbuster one time
once?
before their inevitable death. It was, you know,
My
it was cool.
dad, my dad would take us like every weekend.
Well, I will say this. We only went once. That was actually the first time I ever played Rock Band or Guitar Hero or whatever. One of those rhythm games with the instruments. That was the first time I ever played one. But we never went to another one because either it was Redbox or it was...
When Redbox came out.
Oh, yeah. Redbox recently died, too. Tragic, truly. It was either Redbox or the local movie store. We had a local video store that we went to. And that's where I started watching Avatar.
Bean, are you talking about Ratchet and Clank?
Reminds you of a game, I think it's called Ratchet. Yeah, I think that's probably what. It does look vaguely similar. Isn't that kind of what Clank looks like in a way?
Yeah, a little bit.
Ratchet and Clank. Okay, well, this is the new one that has the cute female Ratchet. People are head over heels for it.
That's depressing.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's a female gender bend of a common character. Like, what do you expect?
Okay, here's the old Clank.
Okay, yeah. Pull
I
up.
sent you the new one. This one's.
There it is. So that's the new one. That's the original. Yeah, I can kind of see the similarity in robots there. I can kind of see the similarity in robots there. It's mostly like the jaw being so like just a horizontal line.
Yeah, like the Iron Giant jaw.
And like the bigger eyes kind of thing. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. It really is Iron Giant, isn't it? It's like it's almost identical.
This is the same era.
It is, isn't it? Wow. Huh. They really were not that creative with the robots back in the day, huh?
Did you guys ever play the original Star Fox?
Yes, actually. Yeah, I actually have it. I have it. I also have an N64. Very happy
Man,
with that.
those were the days.
Oh yeah. I grew up on a well, I grew up with a Wii is what I really grew up with, but I also had a Game Boy Advance SP. That was my first like handheld console. Loved it. I
played
love
the
that
one
whole
that
thing.
looked like this, like with the space.
Okay. Because I'm trying to find... Oh, yeah. I think that is just Star Fox 64. Pull that up there. I think it's just Star Fox 64, which was... Yeah, that's the first one. Great game. Very confusing for the eyes, but... for its time, it was revolutionary.
I remember not knowing what was going on the screen.
No,
My brother loved it, so I played it with him.
This
is exactly okay. This is what's in my memory for Star Fox. This ship.
Oh yeah, yep. That's the Star Fox ship right there. Yep.
Drill Dozer, huh?
Drill Dozer was my game, and it's an IP that has never been revisited since the first one, which is tragic.
You should email them.
I'm thinking about it. It's actually I want to say it's by. I want to say it was developed by the same team that worked on some Pokemon games.
I don't think I've ever played this.
No, it was a niche hit. It was very, very niche. Hang on, Drill Dozer. What was the company? It was. I know. HAL Studios maybe HAL something.
Yeah. Minecraft's the nostalgia game.
I mean, it is. It really is. Original Minecraft. I wanted to say it was designed by the same company that made like Pokemon, maybe Black and White, but that's neither here nor there. But the main plot behind Drill Dozer is you play as a criminal, you play as a thief, a notorious thief in a group of other criminals, and your whole job is to break into like a museum and
Yeah,
a
she definitely
bank.
doesn't look like a hero.
No, no. But you're trying to break into these different places to collect these special gems. You know, back in the day where emeralds and gems were like the mega magic thing. Like you're trying to get into these places
you
to
know
steal their jewels.
This game's a little bit less old, but y'all ever played Dust and Elysian Tale?
That sounds familiar, but I don't think I ever
Yeah.
played it. Yeah.
Dust.
Jamie, pull up the image.
Copy.
I remember when I first started playing Minecraft. I remember when I first was introduced to it. It's wild. I didn't know what was going on.
If you don't recognize that one, then you will likely recognize this one.
Huh. So, I've never played them. I've seen art people have done of them, but I've never actually played them. I thought they were pulling it from like a TV show or something. I didn't know it was from a game. Huh.
This was made by one dude. He made the music,
Really?
the art, the everything. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it looks really nice. I mean, at least the cover illustrations look really nice. Of course, I know those aren't indicative of the actual game, but...
Personally, I think that this little yellow motherfucker is the reason Paimon exists.
No.
Yeah, I think... Because she sparked, like, the whole side companion,
Oh, no.
like, throughout your journey thing. I'm pretty sure.
Well, not... You sure it's not, like, maybe Navi? Because I feel like Navi is a bigger inspiration for Paimon.
Did Navi come out before Dust?
I don't know when
Oh.
Dust was released. When was
When
Navi first
was
introduced?
Dust.
Here, you look up that. I'll look up when Navi was.
Yeah.
Okay. So it says her... I think her first appearance was Ocarina of Time, apparently? According to this, roughly. Biography.
Okay, Dust was released August 15th, 2012.
Ocarina of Time was in 1998.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay, alright, fair enough. But then again, she didn't have like a proper voice at the time, but she was just there. At least I don't think she does. I would be shocked if they had if they gave Navi a voice in 1998 for the N64. It's very possible they pulled from several different resources. I wonder if maybe there's no way they disclosed where they got the inspiration for Paimon from. There's no way.
Paimon just is so similar to the Dust companion. They're both annoying, and they both fly.
Oh gods. You know, I wouldn't assume that this character's annoying. They kind of look chill, but
Fair, in terms of who's more annoying, Paimon wins.
oh, of course,
sure.
Paimon always wins. Paimon always
Yeah.
wins. I hate Paimon so
Like-
much, man.
When this first came out, nobody complained about her being annoying. People thought that
Dust?
she was cute. Yeah.
I mean, I can
I
kind
forget
of
what
see
her name.
it.
I forget what her name was. I think it was an F.
Faye. Dust Companion. Dust Elysian Tale. Well, it's giving me Dust, which I can assume is probably Fidget. That's a cute
Fidget,
name.
that's right.
That's all right. That's a cute name.
Well, it did start with an F. At least I was
Yeah,
right.
you were right. You were right. Was it? What kind of game was it? What was the gameplay like?
It's like a platform game. Let me send this.
Yeah.
Give you a good example of like what it's like.
Did it have
It's
animation?
on Steam, by the way. Yeah, it had animation.
Okay. So I mean, I'm looking at images. I'm like, these look like they'd be from a TV show, like an early 2000 TV show, but a TV show. Let's see. Oh,
Like
okay.
similar to like Hollow Knight and
Yeah, like a Metroidvania kind of thing.
yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, the art style, I do like the art. It is actually really cool.
Yeah, that was one of the main things people
Yeah.
loved about it.
I wonder how many, because you
It
mentioned
did
people.
have
Oh, yeah.
legitimate animations, like
Mhm.
cutscenes and stuff. All made by him.
Wow. I mean, it's not super advanced, right? Like, it's got flat
Yeah,
shading,
it's
flat
like-
color,
it's-
but it's still, like, one
It's
person
definitely
is very
Flash,
impressive.
like Newgrounds,
Mhm.
Flash type of animations.
And I saw some art of, like, other anthropomorphic characters.
Yeah,
Really, it is...
guaranteed to spark furry.
Oh, the
Person.
developer has to be a furry. Because... Well, not necessarily because, but, like, I've seen... I don't know how I ended up on it. I think I was putting on background sound and it just kind of showed up. But I ended up listening to or watching an entire documentary on, like, the history of furry, like, the furry community. And this is very similar to the early art for
Yeah.
what they were showing in that documentary. Like, it's large eyes, very exaggerated animal features, but also almost uncanny valley kind of. Like,
Just
yeah.
an example like that.
Very, very, like, 2010s furry community kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not bad, but it's a relic of its time.
Oh, it's a really good game. It's on Steam.
Is it?
I recommend
Was it
playing
really? Was it always up on Steam, or was it, like, on Newgrounds first or something?
I remember when I first watched any playthrough of it, I watched my dad play it on the PlayStation. So
Oh, really?
yeah.
Wow. You know what? Good for that guy. He was able to get out on all these platforms.
I mean, it
Dust.
blew up. Like, it was very popular.
Elysium. Yeah, I don't know how I stumbled
$15.
across. I don't know how I stumbled across art on it, but I'm glad I did. That's awesome.
I recommend playing with a controller because I don't know why, but when I tried to play this game, it kept like pulling my mouse off the monitor and clicking out of it. I don't really know how to get around it.
Dust. I'll just look up dust. It's gonna get me a lot of hits here, but I'm just curious, kind of how much it's running for.
15.
Oh.
14.99.
Spelling it wrong because I'm not seeing it. It's
You can put dust in and then like it'll autofill it.
Oh, there it is. There it is. I don't know how it was. Oh, I was spelling Elysian wrong. Okay, that explains it. Oh, that's not too bad. Honestly, it seems like it would do really good as like a nostalgic hit for maybe videos or streams. Oh, you know what? I'll put that one aside. I'll put that one aside since a lot of people seem to.
Dedicated viewer.
Oh wow, that's actually really pretty art. The art of like the. If I can copy it. Here, let's hope plopping the link in here just gives the image and not. We'll find out. Okay, that's just the game. Great. That's not what I wanted. Get it out of here. Well, pretty art. I do like the art. That is nice art.
On the Steam page.
Yeah, with like the deer and the pretty scenery. Yeah.
Very, very pretty game.
Also, take your time, Scorpion, if you're still here. Sorry, I got really in depth there. That's fascinating.
Yeah, definitely. It's a highly recommend type of game for me.
Okay. Just is
forgot
like
Naples Slippin'.
I know the gameplay type, but does the gameplay flow well?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would say so.
That's awesome. Good for that. I wonder what he's up to. Wonder what he does. Who developed this game? Let's find out. Let's do a little bit of looking here. All right. Action role-playing video game. I know that. By Humble Hearts. Okay. There's no pay. Oh, God. Well, just tell me who Humble Hearts is. Humble Hearts. Dust Elysian. Okay. It's on Noogie.com. Oh. Apparently, it's the second in the.
Dodrell.
I think it's the second in the series. Dust, maybe.
Half Korean Christian solo developer. His name is Dean Dodrell,
Oh, what do you know?
and he's working on an unannounced project.
Oh, that's awesome. Since when? Like, when was the last update on that? If you
His
know.
last tweet was September 5th, so.
Oh. Uh-oh. I guess you have something to look forward to then, huh? Because he's still working on things.
polish.
That's cool. That's really cool. Who's that behind? That's Dust from Dust, an Elysian Tale. Hit 2012 game by Humble Hearts. Trying to think if there were any other deep cuts that really stood out to me, because yeah, from Dust, an Elysian Tale. Here, I'll pull up this bad boy. Enhance. There it is. There it is. Fancy fun logo. Yeah. Because I typically, I mean, realistically, I played a lot of the games that just like my dad or mom would end up having, which was more or less just Lego Star Wars, which was great. I loved Lego Star Wars growing up. That was an awesome game. Or like whatever else they got me. Really, Drill Dozer was the big one that I can't find anymore, and apparently it's a collector's item. It's like almost $200 last I saw, to just get a single copy without the box. So that's great. But
we love that.
I know, I love not having something that's worth serious money that I want to just experience again. It's awesome. It's free if you know where to look online. Not that I would condone that, of course.
I did. I absolutely condone that.
Toast's opinions do not align with my opinions or the opinions of the channel. For legal reasons, I do not condone pirating of any kind.
Listen,
Yo-ho.
it's always morally correct to sail the 7 seas for Adobe products.
For Adobe products,
Yeah.
I wouldn't condone it, but I also wouldn't not condone it.
Yeah.
For legal reasons, I would advise against it. But for financial reasons, I think Adobe's a shitty company that you should not be giving money to. At all. Ever. But yeah, I didn't really ever find any good deep cut games that I had growing up, but I do remember it must have been probably the only game my sister had on her DS when we were growing up, because we went from the Game Boy to the DS and then jumped to the 3DS, right?
Oh my god, the DS journey.
The DS was great. We didn't ever get the DSi or like the DSi XL or any of that, but we just got the DS. I was happy.
Man, you missed out on a huge part of my childhood.
Well, that's where the 3DS came in, because it had all of the things the DSi did, but more.
Not really. No.
What do you mean?
You missed
no?
out on Flipnote Hatena.
I never did Flipnote.
Yeah, they refused to bring it back to the 3DS, at least the like public version of it, because kids were sexting on it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's the same reason why they didn't bring back like the little chat rooms for the DS.
PictoChat.
Yeah, that
Oh,
one.
PictoChat. My beloved. I never Picto chat with anybody other than my sister, but it was fun. I had a great time with that.
I never sexto chatted.
not on the DS. I do vaguely have a very, very faint memory of trying to look up porn on the 3DS, though. That was interesting, because the 3DS connect to the internet, and you could use it as a web browser.
I did the same thing. My dad, like, used to like scare me and then tell me that he could see what I was looking up on his laptop. And so I'd be like super scared about it, and I would wait until he was gone to look up like even little things.
Boobies. Penis.
Baguettes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I just love playing Cooking Mama. Cooking Mama was great. Cooking Mama was a good game. But my sister,
A very little bit about it.
it was I think they have it on, I want to say they have it on Steam now. Maybe. They might have it on Steam. It might be, I saw somebody play a pirated version, but the only game my sister had was a dress-up game. It was like a fashion show game. And that was it. I never understood it. I never got like how you only play a fashion game. That was super easy, by the way. They'd be like, we need a hat, and you'd put on a hat, and that was it. It wasn't like for babies, but it was just like I didn't understand. Turns out she's not a gamer. Recently, she got Roblox to play a fashion game, and she's in college. So, like, just, man, your thumbs on things never change.
Listen, that fashion game is fun, though. It looks really fun. I've been thinking about it.
No.
Because Casey-O been playing it, and he made it look so fun.
I knew somebody that was on Roblox regardless, like, before that blew up. And so, like, I've seen it. I just, like, there are a lot of games that do similar things. I don't know why it has to be on Roblox.
Yeah, there's a lot of real world money to be made on Roblox.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
Roblox.
Absolutely. On the topic of games, Roblox was, like, my main platform. Once I, like, started playing games on the PC, before I had really gotten Minecraft for the computer, because I started, like, Minecraft was mobile, like the Pocket Edition. Then I got it on the Xbox, and eventually I got it on the PC. But before that, it was pretty much just Roblox on the computer. And man, it is so different from what it used to be. In all the wrong ways. In all the worst ways. It's great for the company, right? Technically, and I've considered it, technically, you can get Roblox stock. I think it's a public company. You could buy stock in Roblox, which I've considered because I thought it was really funny to do. But, like, I hate how the characters are animated now. I think they look so bad.
I don't know nothing about none of that.
I guess that's fair. But, like, used to be like, oh, square, and then they had a round head. And that was pretty much where the oof meme really came from, was specifically Roblox. And now they look freaky, and they have weird animation, and I don't like it. Not a fan. But you're too old for that, I guess. You don't understand what it was like growing up on Roblox. It was a Wild West out there.
I don't think I ever played it. I mean, I might have played one, because, like, I look back on it and I'm like, that kind of did look like Roblox type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a zombie, like,
yes.
Unturned.
Unturned was amazing. Unturned is on Steam. It is not a Roblox game, but
oh, okay.
I just
remember it being free.
It was free. I don't think it's free. Is it still free? Unturned. I think it costs money. No, it is still free. That was actually a pretty solid game. I want to say the developer did originally work on Roblox, though. I think he started working on Roblox and then released Unturned on his own. It was on Unturned, actually, because I went from Roblox and I was like, oh, wow, I want a zombie game. And I found Unturned. I was like, wow, that's perfect. Roblox, like zombie. It was, just natural escalation. And I discovered that you could play on servers in Unturned. You could play with other people. Now, it turns out, even in a server that was supposed to be like role play with no kill on sight kind of rules, the admins were very not nice. And there came a point where I was just playing, having a good time, like, oh, I got some supplies and I was running around. And some admins came by. According to the person I was with, at least, they were invulnerable. You couldn't kill them.
Mm-hmm.
And they were robbing people. Not roleplay wise. They were just robbing you. Like, they wanted your stuff, and that was it. That was all. That was it.
Oh.
I realized, okay, I can't fight back, and I don't want to give them my stuff. So I had the genius idea of stalling, waiting. They come up, they tell us to get on the ground, hand over their stuff. Like, stalling, waiting. So specifically because there's a timer on leaving the game. And eventually, I stall long enough, I click it, I leave the game. I'm gone. They don't get to rob me. I'm out. I can tell they weren't happy because, like, maybe 10, 15 minutes later, I come back. I log back in, and I immediately get teleported to an admin. And they said, you're banned, killed me, and then banned me from the server for combat logging. And I was so upset because there's no reason. They had no right to do that after they were abusing the game.
Yeah.
But man, and then I realized, okay, people really don't like combat logging in survival games, huh?
so dumb.
It was so stupid. And then I don't think I ever really played on servers again because I was like, okay, that was unpleasant. I don't want to do that again. Trying to think of any deep cut PC games I had played growing up. Because I was originally thinking consoles, but those are limited. I know back when I lived in I lived in Germany for a little bit. When I lived there, their copyright laws are not quite the same as the copyright laws here in the U.S. So my dad had the genius idea of not paying for a few Wii games and just burning them on discs instead. So for a while we had pirated discs of various Wii games. They didn't ever run quite right, but you could play them.
So I was supposed to go live like 4 hours ago.
Uh-oh. my bad. All right, I'll let you go. I'll let you go play Apex.
Yeah. If you want to play, you're welcome to join.
Oh, well, by all means. Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to join.
Are you gonna join right now, or do you need like a little bit?
I might need a little bit just so I can have something to eat, and then I'll join you.
Mm-hmm.
But I can raid into you, yeah.
Oh, you don't gotta do all that.
I'll raid into you. Don't you worry.
I was gonna go AFK for a bit.
Oh my goodness.
Go live.
Fine then. I won't raid into you. How about that? Yeah, how's that make you feel? How's that make you feel?
I'm fine. I feel fine, actually.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I'm gonna poop on your desk again.
Oh wait, please do not again.
You thought the stuff in your can of beans were beans? They were bread pellets.
No.
Yeah.
Not little.
I hope you weren't hungry.
Not little dough bits.
I hope you weren't hungry.
That's what the gummy worms are for.
I
was supposed to eat those.
You can still have them.
Yeah, no, they're still yours. I mean, it's just bread, but it's it came out the wrong end.
Bread pellets.
It's like are they burned or are they just like raw? Gone. All right, fair enough. Leaves before answering. You're full. Yeah, no, the burrito really carries you over there, huh? It's a really good burrito. Yep, Toast is dead. Gone forever. Truly a tragedy. Oh, but yeah, we're actually 45 minutes over the normal ending time. I don't mind. I had a great time. Thank you for swinging by, Toast. It was an unexpected change, but a welcome one. It was very, very welcome. I'm always happy to just fuck around for a little bit. But yes, that is all we have time for today, guys. Thank you for coming out here. Thank you, Toast, for keeping me company. Yeah, no, that was actually really cool. I actually really like that. I'm kind of shocked. We went for that was what hang on. How long does Discord say the call was? Discord says the call was, drum roll, please. Oh, about an hour 40, almost 2 hours. Wild, but great. I had a great time. Yeah, we should definitely do that more often. Yeah, no more stream here, but after I get something to eat, I will be popping by on Toast's stream. I think some Apex is in store, so I'll be over there for a little bit. So if you want at least a little bit of a fix, I should be there too. Of course. I don't know why I ever questioned it. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got time for today, guys. I'm gonna enjoy some more beef stew. I'm gonna definitely enjoy some more beef stew. That was good beef stew. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Toast. Thanks for joining me today. But yeah, that's it. So thank you. And I guess because I don't have too much else to say. As always, have a nice night. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody. Like Anyway with Bread people, as you should. We're the best people. We're the absolute best people, unless they're square. But even then, we're great. Bye-bye. Bye, Scorpion. Bye, Toast. I'll see you later. I have my fucking eyes on you.